Good morning, dear guests. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I am the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome all of you today. This is the fourth day of our work, and we will start with a panel discussion, Saving Ukrainians Saves Ukraine, Human Capital in War and in a War Economy. Before we launch the panel, let's review the video.
Where schools and homes once stood, just shelled-out buildings remain.
This is what Russia calls liberation.
Russian bombs have ripped through these buildings in central Kharkiv.
Now, Ukraine is thought to have the highest density of landmines of any country on Earth.
This accounts for 30% of Ukraine's total land area, roughly the size of Florida.
15,000 men and women lost limbs in the first half of this year alone.
Russia set off a humanitarian catastrophe that has rippled around the world.
More than $1 billion in humanitarian assistance to help get relief to millions of Ukrainians.
Emergency medical supplies are on the way to Ukraine from Santa Barbara County, thanks to direct relief.
A group in Colorado is preparing to send medical supplies.
Around $4.1 billion to support Ukraine's overall economic, social and financial resilience.
The European Union has, as you know, supported Ukraine financially this year with 19.7 billion euros.
We are helping people to stay safe, to stay warm, and to live in a dignified situation.
Our evacuation, but we've been delivering food packets today and some stoves.
And what could be more natural than this?
50 kilometers north of here, life is returning. And sometimes in spite of terrible destruction that there just aren't the means yet to begin to rebuild.
National and international organizations like Britain's Halo Trust are on site, trying to clear and defuse the mines.
No longer on the battlefield, but still a fighter.
The flash and bang of the explosions disturbing the morning call of the birds.
Let's be clear. Russia is causing Ukraine's destruction, and Russia will eventually bear the cost of Ukraine's reconstruction.
And it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage the moderator of the panel, Katya Soldak, Editorial Director of Forbes Media's International Editions. Have a great discussion.
Everyone, good morning. It's great to see everyone here. It's great to know that at the fourth day of the panels and discussions, we still have a room full of people. The conversation is not over. And this discussion is going to be about Ukrainian people. It's titled Saving Ukrainians Saves Ukraine, Human Capital in War and in War Economy. But before we get into the technicalities of human capital in this discussion, I just want to give a shout out to Ukrainian people, because human capital is people. And I just want to give a shout out to brave Ukrainians who show and demonstrate grit and persistence and resilience and try to achieve this victory. We have a great cast of panelists today. I would like to invite on stage Taras Kachka, Deputy Minister, Trade Representative, Ministry of Economy of Ukraine Human Capital Program. Please welcome Taras. Also, we have Kersti Kaljulaid, President of Estonia, who you all know very well. We have Professor from Oxford, Alexander Betts, Professor of Forced Migration and International Affairs. Please welcome him. And we have Svetlana Gritsenko, Member of the Board, Viktor Pinchuk Foundation, who also leads the Recovery Project. Welcome, Svetlana. I would like to start this conversation with Taras, because we would like to hear from somebody who represents Ukrainian government. How does the government treat human capital in Ukraine? What is the situation? How does it work during the war? And anything specific to what's happening now?
Thank you for giving this opportunity for us to explain what government is doing for the last 2 years. And I think that, first of all, I would like to highlight that human capital is so interesting topic that you can just direct your response to whatever dimension you want. Yeah, so you can talk about schools, about public health, about security, housing, etc. But I think that here the most interesting element of human capital policy is, of course, displaced persons, internally displaced persons, people who live, who went abroad for protection, and how it works. I think that the first and foremost that Ukrainian government, thanks to support of our partners, has an opportunity to support as well people who are in needs, and in particular internally displaced persons. And we have a lot of support from World Bank, from government of Japan, particularly on the internally displaced persons, as well as from Germany and other partners. And of course, now after 2 years of war, the question on internally displaced persons, that we need to provide people an opportunity not only to maintain decent life, so not only to support them financially for having an opportunity to live in decency, but as well the opportunity to decide on how to settle their life, whether to settle at the place where they live now or to come back if the territory where they lived is liberated. And here first of all, this is a question of security. So that was especially for people who want to come back to their homes. And I think that this is as well, after all, a matter of war and a matter of protection of cities by air defense, because even today, during breakfast, there were a lot of sirens here because people with their mobile phones, they just heard that around the nation there was an air alert. So this is the security element, but then the next big thing is, of course, housing, because a lot of people lost their apartments or their houses as a result of bombardment, or if the person wants to settle at a new place, this is a case of purchasing new apartment. Yeah. So because after all, as any European state, Ukraine is a nation of people who, let's say, put the real estate in the center of their private economy. Yeah. So it's the case in the UK, in Germany, everywhere. So it's that's why we have the program. It's called Yeosela, so they're on affordable mortgage, and this is quite interesting element because this is a long-term mortgage with very reduced interest rate, where government compensates interest rate. The goal of this is just to reactivate construction business, so just to construct more apartments, but also to engage people in investment, long-term investments in their private life, just to be settled in certain area. So this is the cornerstone of all these things. And the next big thing is, of course, employment, and employment on local level. And that's why we need not only big investment projects with tens of thousands of employees. Of course, we want them because they help to increase GDP drastically. But what is more important is a big number of small businesses on local level, also for people just to have control on their lives. So that's why we provide grants, micro grants for small business, for micro business. So it's up to 250,000 hryvnias, so it's like $6,000. Yeah, so that's why, and this is quite popular. We have more than 10,000 grants issued last year, and we have plenty of really good stories in different regions that people, IDPs or people in heavily destroyed cities and municipalities. They open their small businesses. Usually it's HoReCa, yeah. So, but a part of small bakeries and cafeterias, there are different small productions of different handmade things, etc., etc. So it's usually like 2, 3, 5 people working, but it's also like provides a lot of inspiration for other people, because if a lot of people have savings, and if you can go and take grants, and someone take grants and open business, maybe I can use my small savings to open business as well. So we want to revive life in on local level in municipalities, because it brings life in community, and community attracts people also to come back from abroad. And this is the maybe last element of my very like non-systematic speech, because there are a lot of small elements, and then if you take all elements of our policy, it will become boring speech. But on people living abroad, I think that for all of us, this problem is multidimensional, because this is a security problem, because people just
talking about people who left as refugees.
who left Ukraine, so that because they left due to security reasons. But as well, before this massive aggression, large-scale aggression, Ukraine was a source of economic emigration from Ukraine to Poland, to Czech Republic, to Germany, and it's quite interesting because in comparison with Poland, when Poland acceded to the European Union, all member states were opposing Poles to become a part of free movement of persons. So only UK was brave to open labor market for Poland. Germany blocked everything. In Ukraine, it's otherwise. Before providing us a membership perspective, Poland, Germany, Czech Republic opened their market for Ukrainians. So that's why for us, this economic part of emigration, of Ukrainians living abroad, is extremely important, because we know that we want them back to Ukraine. We want to provide them an opportunity to come back to their, because after all, we want to live where we want to live. Yeah, so this comfort of choice of place to live. But we know that there is a competition, because we know that for Poland and for Germany and for Czech Republic particularly, the employment market is a core element for structural reforms, for further growth of their GDP. So they cannot grow without attracting people. So that's why there will be a competition for Ukrainians between Germany and Ukraine. And first of all, I think that what is good is that in reality, our partners, they support Ukrainians. They help them to integrate in societies where they live, but at the same time they do not manipulate with the fact that they don't want them to come back to Ukraine. So in our dialogue with our partners, and we started this dialogue, we see the willingness to have like common policy or cooperation targeted on helping people to turn back to Ukraine. So we can say that Ukrainian government and German government can help a person to come back from Germany to Ukraine, because we can provide some kind of support in terms of infrastructure, apartments, workplaces, etc. And Germany can maybe streamline part of social protection they provide to Ukrainian refugees to help them financially to relocate back to Ukraine. I think that it will work if it will start in this year, next year, and now we are in early talks with our partners on these programs. But later it will be very equal competition. And the only thing that will definitely, so that's why we need to care, we want to care about Ukrainians, but I think that in reality it will be a question of employment, a question of providing people with quality jobs, with companies, factories, etc. in Ukraine. So we will end in economic policy and attraction of investments as well. And in my opinion, this is maybe Ukrainian story of refugees is the most positive story, because what we see is that despite the migration crisis in the EU, Ukrainians are not treated as a part of this migration crisis. So that there is like understanding that it is rather closer to free movement of people than to migration or refugee problem. And this is really optimistic news for all of us. Thank you.
This is very interesting, and I think we will elaborate a little bit more on how to bring people back to Ukraine after we talk for a little bit. But I can tell that being from the United States, we have a lot of immigrants from, refugees from Ukraine who came by programs U4U and temporary protected person status. And I hear nothing but good comments from people who work with Ukrainians because of their work ethics, because of their stamina and skills as well. Now I would like to turn to Alex, who can tell us a little bit more broadly about refugees and what happens, what are the stories, and maybe give us some examples of the countries who already dealt with similar issues.
Thank you very much, Katia. First of all, it's a real honor to be part of this conversation. I'm a professor of forced migration and international affairs at the University of Oxford, and I work mainly in my research on the economic lives and contributions of refugees. One of the themes I'm particularly interested in is the relationship between how we treat people who are in exile as refugees and their ability to contribute to the post-conflict reconstruction and development of the countries they come from. I don't work on that specifically in relation to Ukraine, but there's hopefully some application from what I've learned in other parts of the world and historical contexts for the Ukrainian context. I should also add, I come from a university, the University of Oxford, that's deeply committed to supporting the human capital of Ukrainians. In the aftermath of February 2022, we created a graduate scholarship program for Ukrainians, and in very short turnaround, we were able to have that in place for students arriving in October 2022. Colleges across the university came together, and we've managed to have over 50 Ukrainians come to Oxford as graduate students. One of the things they tell me consistently is that they want to take that opportunity that they're getting in Oxford and use it in the service of the future of Ukraine, to be part of the rebuild and the redevelopment of the country. And that's somewhere where my organization is hopefully making a very small but important contribution. There are three things I'd like to briefly cover. Some basic trends about where we are at the moment with Ukrainian refugees across Europe and what the dynamics of return look like. Secondly, what we know about the relationship between how we nurture and incubate human capital in exile and what that means for the long-term trajectory of countries affected by conflict. And thirdly, what we can learn from some historical examples, for instance, the Balkans and elsewhere, of what return looks like over time and what implications that has. So in terms of trends, as you'll all know, there are still some 6 million Ukrainians across Europe, another 400,000 in other parts of the world, notably North America. Over time, there's been some element of return. Of the 18 million Ukrainians who left at some point, around 9.9 million have gone back. Over 30% of Ukrainians in Europe have gone back at some point to make a visit to Ukraine. So those dynamics, not only of return, but also of circulation, are at play. What we see in Europe is that the largest numbers of Ukrainians are in Germany and Poland, each of which host more than 1 million. But equally, the neighbouring countries are hosting significant numbers, and the UK, the Netherlands and Spain as well. Many of those countries across Europe have faced a real dilemma in how to integrate Ukrainians and ensure that they can access labour markets, educational opportunities and public services. But I think in contrast to many other refugee populations, Europe, the European Union, countries like the UK have done a relatively good job in opening up labour markets and educational opportunities in ways that make a difference. There's some element of profiling that's been done to look at the labour market profile of Ukrainians in Europe. It's a diverse picture. 79% of Ukrainians in Europe are women. Many people have come from an agricultural or construction background, but also we have very high-skilled Ukrainians across Europe, often whom have had to work in areas that they're massively overqualified for and have struggled to get a foothold in labour markets, partly because of the precarity of their ability to stay for the long term. There's a real dilemma that Ukraine faces as a national government. Whether and how far to support opportunities for Ukraine abroad to develop and incubate their human capital versus the obvious need to have Ukrainians return and be part of that post-conflict reconstruction and development agenda. It was very interesting to hear President Zelensky speak in December about needing to create incentives for return, recognizing that European countries can't just compel repatriation, but that incentives like business loans, access to mortgages, opportunities for dual citizenship might need to be on the table. So secondly, there's an important relationship, I think, and this is coming at it from a British and European perspective, in how we treat refugees in exile, the Ukrainian population abroad, and what that means for the long-term trajectory of a country. One of the contexts I previously worked on was the Syrian crisis, and Syrian refugees hosted in large numbers by Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey. Initially, they were denied the right to work in those neighbouring countries. But a new idea came onto the agenda at that time, which was that by supporting business people from Syria to incubate their businesses in exile, to take businesses that operated in Syria and have them relocate to neighbouring countries, they could be part of that incubation of the post-conflict reconstruction and development process. By creating work permits and incentivizing job opportunities, by involving business in that process, change could happen. So education and employment matter not only for individuals while they're abroad, but what happens in the long term. Now, one of the big challenges we have in Europe at the moment is how long countries enable Ukrainians to remain. Ukrainians in the European Union have temporary protection visas for the most part. And there's a ticking clock, if you like, and an uncertainty about to what extent those temporary protection visas will be renewed, to what extent other labour migration options and opportunities for circulation will be on the table. In my country, the UK, we've developed a scheme called Homes for Ukraine. And we're reaching the second year of that scheme, and it's a 3-year scheme where there's uncertainty about what will come next. The UK has around 300,000 Ukrainians. They've been invited into the homes of British people. It's been an extraordinary success story for creating solidarity. But many Ukrainians I speak to in the UK have a real dilemma of whether to stay or go back to the country, have been unable to enroll in degree programs as they finish high school or secondary school because of that uncertainty about whether they'll be able to remain. So my view is that we need to strike a balance. We need to ensure that for the around 50% of people we know would like to stay, at least for the short or medium term, there are options available to have labour migration access, to have opportunities for labour circulation, and to incubate their human capital, to ensure that we don't have a generation of Ukrainians that haven't accessed education, that are just starting to engage across Europe. In my countries, companies like NatWest, Amazon have come together around an initiative about incubating that human capital, but recognizing the need to return and rebuild. So how do we strike that balance? It's not only a dilemma for Ukraine, but many of the host countries in dialogue with Ukraine. Thirdly, I think it's important to look at what we know from other contexts. I think the Balkans provide a really interesting case study. Bosnia after 1992, Kosovo after 1999. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people dispersed across the European Union. They were supported to access educational opportunities and access the opportunity to develop their human capital. And the overwhelming majority ultimately returned. There were, of course, challenges to return. For Bosnians, minority return produced challenges. Access to property was a major issue. In Kosovo, one of the challenges has been that although the majority of the 900,000 who left went back, the economy hasn't supported the jobs that were required, and many high-skilled Kosovars have continued to work elsewhere in the European Union, albeit with remittance relationships and an ongoing important influence through the diaspora. As Ukraine becomes more integrated with the European Union economy over time, inevitably there will be labour market circulation. Basic economics tells us that labour will move to where it gets the greatest return in its relationship to capital, and people will seek the best opportunities. But of course that will be tempered by the regulatory environment, what visas are on the table, what opportunities are available, and also by the very real commitment that many Ukrainians in Europe feel to be part of that post-conflict reconstruction and development. From a European perspective, I think the hope is that there can be over time greater cohesion, economic integration, and that circulation will occur naturally. But for the present, there's a massive dilemma faced by the Ukrainian government and by the rest of Europe about how to strike the balance between supporting opportunity on an ongoing basis for Ukrainians elsewhere and what that means for post-conflict reconstruction and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. That certainly gives us some insights on how other countries dealt with this. I would like to ask Madam President, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about specifically Ukrainian human capital, because you're the neighbor, you know the country, you have some similarities with Estonia. Let us know your thoughts on this.
Yes, first, I always hesitate to talk about human capital. I much prefer to talk about Ukrainian people, their education, their talents, their dreams, and never underestimate a nation which suddenly finds itself in the situation where they have plenty of good neighbors and partners who are richer than they are and with whom they can freely trade. This is something which must not be underestimated, and of course it can only be fully used if you have a really well-educated population. And whatever I may think of the Soviet Union, and most of you know what I think of the Soviet Union, but one thing which was pretty strong in the Soviet Union was STEM science. And the reason why STEM science was strong was not only because it was a war economy always, but the other reason is that no person with independent thinking and sane mind would study social sciences and economy in Soviet Union. Because, of course, I mean, it was kind of Orwellian to go and study that. So, in addition, you needed to turn into communist to make any career in those sciences. So, proper people remained in STEM. And therefore, there is a long-standing tradition in Eastern Europe behind the Iron Curtain that we are really, really well educated, particularly in the subjects which really are the basis of the 21st century economy. And it's not only theory, it's very much the practical thing. And I'm more thinking of the Ukrainians who actually got hired by Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian, other companies on their terms, which means that no, they didn't migrate to our countries. Yes, we also had tens of thousands of construction and field workers working in Estonia. But the educated Ukrainians worked in the tech hubs in Ukraine for companies elsewhere. And the same, by the way, applies for Belarus people. And when in Belarus it became impossible to be an independent thinker and free worker, these companies took their people out from that country. And similarly, many Ukrainians have been helped to remain in their job, working for companies of us, for example, and now they are then not in Ukraine, but they're adamant that they'll go back. We have, in Estonia, at one point we had 5% of our population was Ukrainian refugees. And we have Ukrainian schools, we have Estonian schools, and we also have Russian school in Estonia. It is going to close down, so everybody who has their children in Russian school in Estonia, then, I mean, this is wrong choice. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ukrainian schools will remain, but Russian schools in Estonia will close. But anyway, we see that there are people who put their children to Ukrainian schools, supported also by Ukrainian e-learning opportunities and possibilities, because they're adamant they go back. Children say, we live in Estonia and we learn how you live here in Estonia, and then we go back in Ukraine, and what we liked here we will do there as well, and what we didn't like here we will do better. And this is fantastic to see. And also, indeed, you already mentioned there is an economic logic, and you mentioned Balkan nations, but I would rather mention Baltic nations. I mean, Baltic nation, basically a movement from being a post-Soviet country to being a fully fledged EU member state was quicker than for Balkan nations, which means that people, even if they left when the living standards started to cohere with the rest of the Europe, they very quickly started to come back. It was easy to come back, and now it was not like in the old times that when you jumped over the fence from Soviet Union, then you remained in the West forever. You came back, and the big reason why they came back, and it will be the same in Ukraine, is that Western European labor market is extremely rigid. I mean, you have to progress slowly through the labor market, in addition to the problem that you will probably work under your qualification. But also, it's so slow. I mean, in Estonia, when we regained independence, my first job was sales secretary. My next job, and it happened in a year, was CAO. And this will also be the opportunity of this kind of social mobility in Ukraine. And people, therefore, will be attracted to their own home market. There will be lots and lots of reconstruction money available, I'm quite sure. But the most important thing is that people actually see better opportunities in their own country. This happened in all Baltic states. With rising living standards, people started to come back. And it's very positive that they are, as you said, mostly in Poland and Germany, because Estonia saw a quicker turnaround because they were in Finland, those who had gone away. About 10% of our workforce worked in Finland. But Latvians and Lithuanians who do not have a neighbor who speaks very similar language in addition, they went to Ireland and UK. And it took far longer for them to readapt and come back than those who stayed in the neighborhood. But Ukrainians are staying in the neighborhood. So when Ukraine also comes now closer to the European Union, becomes the member of the European Union, it's actually pointless to live elsewhere than in your own country, which will be one of the fastest, if not, I think, the fastest growing economy in the European Union after the war. So the cards are rightly stacked, but first things first, we need to win this war before all these wonderful things can happen. And as we know, then from macroeconomic viewpoint, we're not spending on this war considerable money, and no one has ever been able to win a war spending 0.1% of their GDP. So first we need to get this thing done, and then we can turn to the rest.
So this gives me actually a very good transition point to what's happening on Ukrainian soil, because the war is happening in Ukraine. Ukrainians are getting wounded, traumatized, and these are the people who are Ukrainian society who are going to be there to rebuild Ukraine, to help recovery. And Svetlana, I would like to ask you to talk a little bit about the project that you're working on, a recovery project, and how to integrate people who went through this horrible time into society and workforce and anything else that your project deals with.
Thank you very much, Katya. Well, first of all, I want to start off that I'm really proud to be one of these components of Ukrainian human capital. I think during the last 2 years, Ukrainians really proved to be great workers. They can achieve great results. But this all doesn't mean that we don't need to meet the basic needs. We don't need to increase our qualification, that we don't need a place to live. And of course, working under the war conditions for each of us, for those who are the front lines or those who are in the civilian life, it's a challenge. For someone, it's a risk of life. For someone, it's mental health issues. For someone, it just lost opportunity. And for somebody, it's a need to leave the country. It's really hard. You can't imagine, and I even can't imagine how hard for our government can be in terms of planning of human capital, because you can't find the numbers. You don't even know the exact numbers of people in Ukrainian territory, because part of it is occupied. So there is no chance to make a really long-term planning. You don't know how many people were taken to Russia into captivity. You don't know how many children were taken from Ukraine. So saying all this, I'm just trying to explain that Ukraine now has two biggest challenges. One thing is planning the human capitals to win, to get the victory. You know, you need people for this. And another challenge is already to start thinking what to do after the victory. And another thing is to keep the economy going today. Myself, I would like to speak today more a bit about human capital, and I agree with Madam President. I prefer the word people, you know, who are people who are at war or close to the war, and those who are risking their everyday lives to protect the country. Last year, Viktor and Lena Pinchuk launched a project which is called Recovery, and this project focuses on building a chain of rehabilitation centers throughout Ukraine. And as of today, already 6,000 people passed the rehabilitation, and that's why, having an opportunity to head this project, I speak to people who were wounded every day. That's why, for me, this is not in terms of numbers, this is about concrete stories. And maybe I'd even like to share a few with you to explain the mood and how people who were wounded lost part of their health, lost lots of their close people, but still being motivated to move on, still being motivated to be a proud, effective Ukrainian citizen. For example, I want to speak about Dima. He was wounded in May 2022. He's a sniper. He was wounded in Lugansk region for 3 days. He had to find the way out himself because everybody, his battalion, thought he was dead, and he had to try the way. Unfortunately, due to this, he lost his hand, and of course, this complicated for him to be a sniper in future. Anyway, he went through a long process of rehabilitation, prosthetics, and he returned to army. At first, he was working, let's say this way, in a back office, so he couldn't go to the front line just because for the physical reasons. But just like 5 days ago, I saw his photos on Facebook with a gun, proud and happy that he managed with his one hand and another one, not really his, but prosthetics, come back to the thing he does the best. And he's back to protecting to Ukraine. I can tell you a story about a young lady. She was working as a doctor and she got wounded and she couldn't continue working in the front line. But she went for education, she went abroad, she got great education, and now she went to economic field and bringing and creating workplaces for people. So I'm saying all this, that Ukrainians are really motivated. Ukrainians want to go on. They are ready to work. They need, of course, help to rehabilitate. We have a huge challenge in terms of mental health, physical health, where our medical system, and none of the medical systems in the world would be ready for such an increasing number of wounded people. And Ukrainian system also was not ready. I think we're doing a great job and trying to save the people, but to save the people and to be there, the first thing we need to stop the war. Because while the war here in Ukraine, while we don't get the arms to protect the people, we'll be losing our people. Our human capital will be going down. And it will be harder and harder for us to protect the country and in the future to recover and to be one of the best places to visit for all of you to come to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. I would like to ask all panelists, just follow up on what you just said. To win this war, maybe it's more a rhetorical question, but I still would like to hear your opinions on this. What would be #1 priority? Human capital, people, money, or weapons? Who would like to start? Okay. Madam President, please.
Money and weapons are the same thing. I mean, there is no difference. And if you have money and weapons, you can, let's say, if you want to use the horrible word of human capital, you can avoid the extremely rapid depreciation of your human capital. Basically, you can stay alive. And therefore, of course, there is nothing more important right now than money, which will then be transformed into the long-term contracts, which will then be transformed into the arms and weapons. And if somebody has difficulties in understanding it, I've understood many politicians have, because they say, no, it's not about money, it's because we have no production capacity. I mean, this is how things work. You put money out there, and I think we really need to make a pledge that, let's say, all Rammstein coalition countries will spend 0.5% of their GDP. Some are spending above, by the way, Norwegians, Estonians, and some others. So we have demonstrated it's doable. It doesn't ruin your economy. You may have to raise taxes. We had to raise taxes to do so. 2% of VAT, 2% of income tax rise in order to be able to keep supporting Ukraine. We are alive. Nobody's, burning cars on the streets of Tallinn. So basically, it can be done. It has to be done. And then this will morph into the long-term contracts. And it will be even good, not only for Ukraine, because if Russian regime doesn't change and you cannot buy beer for hryvnias in Moscow, which probably will not happen, then we need this production capacity to remain safe when Russians have been beaten out of Ukraine, because it's not the end of the story. The ball is back in our court, and we need to keep spending and producing. If NATO countries had kept their promise from 2014, when everybody claimed they have so waken up, we would have had more than 900 billion more worth of ammunition and weapons in our stockpile. The war would probably have been over. But because we are much better at speeches than budgets, we have this problem.
Anyone else would like to add? Taras, please.
Yeah. I think that just to continue this line, I think that in reality, you need to save life, and you need to have a defense. After all this, what we see now is that usually, like this big bulb in Davos is just following things, like with artificial intelligence, so that, and we can have a lot of jokes on this or serious discussion on this, but in reality, this is a hype topic, so that. But on defense and defense industry and technologies, this is something that only now, start to become serious thing, because indeed that about 20 years ago, so when I was student, like almost completing my studies. There was a decision on the EU level to create EU military forces, like 50,000 troops, and they didn't exist now, so that this decision was never implemented. And there were a lot of talks about defense, strategy, security for these decades, and only now this topic becomes serious because it's getting to the core topics of EU policy, because usually it's like it was on very margins. Was not even EU de jure, it was like cooperation of member states within the EU. So that, and now it's going to the core of these things. So that's why even if weapon may be like very like on another pole from human capital, in reality these efforts of mobilizing things on technologies in military, it will like change our societies for decades, but it will bring more understanding that we are defended, we are secure, we can continue our life in the region, because I really like your thought that war in Ukraine impacts investments in all regions, yeah, so to the east of Berlin. So that's why I think that in order to be able to talk about human capital, you need to have defense treated properly with proper supply of weapons. On everything else, I think Ukraine as a state and Ukrainian society, the European Union, member states, and their societies are capable to manage all human capital things. This is what we have in common, is that we discuss, we like clash with each other about strategies, priorities, labor markets, school programs, etc., etc. But in reality, all these clashes are about the importance we give to the human capital issues. So that's why even if someone can say that Ukrainian education is not so good as in Europe, but we are trying to do our best. And the same with social protection, we are trying to do our best. And this is what is our common feature in human capital. So that's why we need to defend this feature here and now in order to develop our societies as we want them to be in future. Thank you.
Alex, please.
Countries obviously need security and prosperity. Security is obviously a precondition for sustainable, successful economies. Ukraine will win this war. It will be a long process. It's important that during that time, the human capital of the country is supported. One of the reasons I think that in some areas this isn't a trade-off necessarily is because I think the money that goes into supporting the war effort and the military effort comes from different sources than the human capital investment. So I think partly on the human capital side, particularly for Ukrainians in exile, it's not just government money, it's not NATO, it's the private sector, it's businesses. In contexts like the UK, for instance, there's a real benefit that we have from the presence of Ukrainians. As Svetlana, you said, they bring skills, talents, aspirations. They contribute to our economy and society while they're there before they can return home. And businesses across Europe need talent and need human capital. So the investment in human capital is not always in tension with the investment into the war effort, and that contribution and engagement with supporting through jobs and education and investment in the economy will need to be in parallel to the military effort.
Thank you.
If I may also comment on this, I absolutely agree. This is a parallel effort that have to be, but I just want also to give one more example. Here in the room, we have Olga, who is heading a neonatal center in Kherson. And their hospital is being bombed every single day, almost, sometimes many times a day. And what she is saying, and I'm actually repeating her message, is basically that having all these children, prematurely born children in the hospital, whose numbers increase because women are in stress, you know, the number of prematurely born people increased in Ukraine. And she is saying, please don't give me humanitarian aid. please provide weapons. Because unless you stop the shells, nothing will help me to protect the children in my hospital. And I'm just saying that I'm trying to bring up the context from Ukraine. Of course, it should be parallel, and we cannot think only about war investment, and there's other things. But the urgency of the issue really sometimes brings me more to the thought that maybe weapons are more important.
Thank you. I feel like we just briefly touched upon this very complicated, very serious issue. I would like to open the floor for questions and comments to enhance the conversation. I see a gentleman right here in the third row. Yes? Can you comment or ask a question? We need a mic.
There's a mic.
Hi, Nick Bilogorski. I represent Nova Ukraine, a charity out of Stanford. We already work on the people problem by providing medical aid and resettling refugees, providing grants to organizations in Ukraine. The population of Ukraine is unfortunately expected to become from 36 in the world to 46 in the world and decline significantly, and that's clear for all of us. But I look at it this way. It's an opportunity for organizations outside Ukraine. As a growing proportion of Ukrainians will choose to live outside Ukraine, we have a focus and a priority on connecting them to diaspora, connecting them with each other, making sure they keep their ties to Ukraine. They get engaged in helping Ukraine from wherever they are. And we'll continue to work on just that.
Thank you. I see a hand over there.
Hello, my name is Gleb Vyshlinsky, Center for Economic Strategy in Kiev. I have a question to Taras Kachka and to Madam President. Do you believe it is possible to have the temporary introduction of a free movement of people, like as one of the 4 freedoms of the European Union, in the same way as we have temporary introduction of free movement of goods for Ukraine now? So that to solve the issue of unpredictability for refugees that was mentioned, that stops them in getting like more qualifications, more education, and also like have this scenario that Baltic states have also possible in Ukraine with circular migration. Thank you.
First of all, I think that I need to advertise that Gleb works on human capital strategy as well, yeah? So that's one of projects of Center of European of Economic Strategies. So that's why I think that he's better expert than me on human capital, yeah? So, but on this, I think that this is, you know, that this is something where symbols means more than the substance. Because in reality, what we have is actual free movement of people, because the regime of temporary protection provides you this opportunity. You can just work freely without any permits, without, so that you just like live as EU citizens for 3 years in Ukraine. So with all this element. So it's de facto free movement of people. But I think that, so that's why on substance, it's easy to negotiate this thing with member states of the European Union or with the European Union. But once it will be decided, it will be something like tectonic change in relations between Ukraine and the European Union. And in my opinion, it is better to do this when we have, let's say, calmer situation with security, when it will be easier for people to understand that both Ukraine and member state where you live care enough, maybe not equally in terms of US dollars or euros paid by social benefits or other protections, but equally treat in terms of security, in terms of live opportunity and so on, and then to provide this free movement of persons, because otherwise it will mean that it is equal competitions and you are welcomed everywhere, either to turn back or to stay in the member state. So that's why, in terms of substance, we already have, Ukrainian citizens already have these rights, but the mere decision could really be like something that can be a game changer in terms of clear indications for strategies for people, how to spend their life. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for the last enlargement of the European Union, the free movement of trade and goods actually happened far before the actual joining of the European Union. In the case of Ukraine, indeed, Taras is right. Right now we have the free movement of people who has also de facto happened. And I think our objective should rather be to make it permanent as soon as possible, rather than say it is temporary. And I think it's possible mainly for the reason of the lessons which were learned in 2004. I mean, having kind of a 30% more of far cheaper workforce on common European market affected labor costs and suppressed wages in UK, which opened its labor market, and in Germany and France, which didn't open its labor market but forced their companies to invest into Eastern European countries. The outcome was exactly the same. So but Brits had Brexit. So it might be actually far more useful to learn this lesson and say, since so many millions of Ukrainians already anyway work and live in Europe, let's make this situation permanent even before they join the European Union. I don't think why should this not be achievable. And you know, the paradox, of course, is that if there is free movement, then people will move to Ukraine and back and from Ukraine far more liberally and freely. So I see all the arguments on this side. But right now and right today, we had last week the visit of President Zelensky in Estonia, asking Estonian government to stop maybe paying, let's say, unemployment support for Ukrainian males who are of the fighting age, or do something else to make sure that they feel compelled to go and really first fight for Ukraine. So right now, if there is any blockage of free movement of labor, and justfully so, it's on Ukrainian border. So we are in a little bit complicated situation there. Our government doesn't see any point of doing anything as long as because there is this free movement. So people just leave Estonia. If we say you have to go back, they go to Germany and other places. But I think we need collectively somehow respond to this demand from Ukrainians in this sense. And this is indeed a temporary measure. And then we could have a permanent free movement of people. Why not?
We have one more question here in the front.
Thank you very much, Chadamas. We're actually now looking at what could be policy solutions for exactly not very much the spirit of return, but I think integration of Ukrainians, no matter where they are, into Ukraine recovery efforts. And I wanted to ask the question to Professor Bett about the role of private sector. What kind of apprenticeship, trainingships? You mentioned NatWest, I think Pratt did also training for Ukrainians to upskill them. But how do we then connect this? Were there any examples in Ireland? I think there was something done with the Citibank. What can private sector do? Because there are shortages in Ukraine, there are people temporarily outside. Should there be like trans-border cooperation on this? If you have any examples, thank you.
I think one of the challenges is that government response and business engagement go hand in hand. And the signalling at the moment, because of this very big dilemma about whether the messaging should be everyone needs to go home or there's a balance and some people remain, means that businesses are cautious about investing or investing in training where the return on investment is long-term because they don't know whether people will be able to stay. So signalling and messaging around the temporary protection visas across the European Union, messaging in the UK around the future of Homes for Ukraine is very important for that business engagement where lots of businesses are waiting to see what happens before investing any more in apprenticeships, long-term training. Apprenticeships in many places have a certain minimum duration. Often that minimum duration is 2 years in my country. And lots of businesses that would like to support apprenticeships for Ukrainians simply can't because the Homes for Ukraine visas expire at a certain point within that time frame. And so that collective action needs to be a dialogue that brings businesses together to share learning. And a lot of the big professional services companies, Boston Consulting Group, for instance, have played a role in providing evidence, information, and convening. But alongside that, government has an important role to play in setting the tone, being clear on the signalling and the messaging so that business can get behind it. There's no shortage of great examples of commitments to employment, commitments to apprenticeship, commitments to training, but there's a hesitancy because of this big dilemma. So I think really at the highest political level, there needs to be a consensus between Zelensky and the Ukrainian government on the one hand, the European Union and other host countries like the UK on the other, about what the balance is, what the toolkit of carrots and sticks is to encourage people to go back, but who can remain, who can circulate freely, under what conditions, and then business can work collectively to get behind that.
Thank you, everyone. Are we out of time, or do we have time for one more question? All right, one more question. Who's the lucky one? I can't make this decision.
So take two.
Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Mariana Romuniak. I represent Foundation Ridni. We are working in Ukraine with orphans, so I have small remarks. I think if we are talking about human capital, first of all, we have to talk about Ukrainian children, because as you know, Russia deported thousands of Ukrainian children, and we have to talk about them, and we have to return them back. And our main goal and our main issue is to provide the best conditions for Ukrainian children. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's a question as
well.
well.
Okay. Follow up.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, I'm Martin Duplantier. I'm a president of French Architecture Association, and I have a charity fund called Architects for Ukraine. And we help cities in Ukraine to redevelop and to bring a new image, a new attractive image for the future of the cities. We find it very difficult to actually have predictions on demography and on their ability to bring people back to Izium, for example, or to Zaporizhia. And I would like to ask Professor Betts if he can share some examples in history, for example in the Balkans, of such cities that have been close to the front line or that are still experiencing some troubles. We know that in Bosnia it is still unstable. And to tell us a little bit more about that. Thank you.
So it sounds fascinating what you're doing. I think historically, before we even get to architecture, property is a massive challenge when it comes to return. A lot of people who leave have obviously very damaged, destroyed homes, or are involved in contesting property rights and ownership. In the east of Ukraine, that's going to be a real challenge. What do you return to? What's happened to your home? We know those were major issues in the Balkans, for instance. And there are a set of guidelines from the international community around the relationship between return and, for instance, access to property, the Pinheiro principles. And it's very important that we think about property rights, ownership, land, housing, what justice looks like. And there's sometimes a tension that happens between people who have stayed in situ, who are seen as having struggled for the country and remained and contributed to the war effort, and those who return, who are sometimes seen as having been absent or in exile, and return and want access to the property they've left, or want a home to be rebuilt in the neighbourhood that they were part of. And those have been particularly challenging things in repatriation efforts around the world, in the Balkans, but also very significant repatriations that took place in the 1990s. That question of property, rebuilding houses, architecture, very important, and often a source of social and political tension, where again, government involvement, but also the rule of law is very important to navigate some of those tensions.
I just wanted to add that it's not only war. Ukraine is also going through a rather radical economic structural change, and this is very similar to what we had. There were, in the old times, big cities concentrated around a few enterprises. Most of them had still quite good business relations and were trading mostly towards Russian demand. This is now gone. And these kind of towns on steroids will never get back to be as big. And the better we can recognize, I mean, which kind of economic activity is now in this new European economic structure non-viable, the better, because otherwise you risk to have a lot of lost investment in doing the reparation works. If this particular factory was only geared towards trading with Russia, I mean, it will not be there. And then you either need to, I mean, accept that population will be radically smaller. It's very tough, by the way, for these towns. We can see it. I mean, it's similar to, let's say, some German towns. But we see in Estonia that the self-esteem of people who remain in these structurally, economically altered situations, it remains for decades very low. So indeed, it will be a big problem.
Just to complete, I think sorry. that you see that the two comments from audience that they were once again from extremes of human capital story. So it's really extremely huge in terms of elements, and it's a pity that we need to omit someone when you debate in 1 hour and a half debate. So that's why I think that the fact that we are putting human capital into our, let's say, core economic policy, also that very bold political statement that we do want care about our children, whether orphans forced to leave to Russia or having less access to Ukrainian education or education at home. So because my children in Ukraine, they suffer because school cannot find a teacher for physics, for example, because there is no, so people are, so men are in army, women are abroad, so that's why the teachers is also scarcity. But your question is very important because Ukraine decentralized itself in last 7 years or even 10 years. And it was a really successful move in development of Ukrainian society just to tackle this structural problem, because we cannot just stick to this planned economy where we maintain big industrial cities. We want these 1,440 communities to decide on themselves. And we met with mayors and let's say, so leaders of these municipalities and communities, and they have the same question, because they say, I want to calculate my budget, I want to understand whether I need big school, small school, whether I need hospital, I don't need hospital, whether I will be able to attract a company that will build small factory here or not. Everyone is guessing, and there is bad news, there is no answer. Good news that everyone is thinking about this. So that's why I think that dynamics here is what is really important, because I think that this is the difference between Western Balkans. I don't know good Western Balkans. But in our case, you see that for these 2 years, we definitely see that the war is not over, so that the front, so that we have a lot of talks about weapon support and security and defense support from our partners. So war is really in very hot phase, and it's very tough. But we are in dynamic of thinking about how our future small and big cities will look like and how people will live there. And this is what is most important about human capital, because it's all about dynamics, how people live their life from childhood to retirement. Thank you.
And thus we'll conclude our session, and I'm sure this conversation will continue elsewhere because we just barely touched upon this subject. Thank you very much, our panelists. Thank you for your comments and questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a great discussion. In order to keep you warm in Davos, we have a small present for you from the Ukrainian designers. Stay warm and support Ukraine. Thank you. Next panel on economic resilience will start at 1 p.m. Please join us here in this hall. Thank you.
So let me set the context first. When we talk about resilience in Ukraine, what we're talking about is Ukrainian companies and Ukrainians who have lived through over 7,400 cruise and ballistic missile attacks, over 4,000 drone attacks. When we look at nearly 38,000 air raid sirens, and yet people wake up every day, they check their Ajax app, their Trvoha app, they go to school, they go to work, they go to universities, they continue business as usual. They run their companies, and they're doing a fantastic job. The banks are running, the internet is running, the cafes, the restaurants are continuing to operate. When we look at the facts, before the full-fledged invasion, Ukraine's nominal GDP was 200 billion. It will approach 183 this year. The rebound is incredible. When we look at how many companies are operational, over 97% of companies are operational. The foreign exchange reserves, 29.5 billion, now over 40 billion. And as chair of the board of American Chamber of Commerce, when we surveyed our members in December, we saw that 88% had retained their employees or increased their employees. 87% had hit their sales targets or increased their sales targets. And 91% had met their investment plan or exceeded it. So what we want to cover today is the resilience on the ground, the fact that the recovery has already started, and what the plans are for the future. So I'm going to start with you, Deputy Minister of Economy. I'd like you to set the context from the government standpoint. What is driving this resilience? How is the private sector contributing to Ukraine's ability to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity?
Yeah, thank you so much, Lena. I'm happy to be here and welcome everyone. I'll start probably and provide a bit color as the background and context. And I would say that the key drivers of the Ukraine resilience have been evolving in the course of time for the last years. For instance, in 2022, I would say it was bravery. Last year, I would call it the adaptability. And I believe that in this year, in 2024, we would call it like daring, but daring on the ground, meaning that ambition, sense of innovation and motivation for keeping on track businesses and quick recovery. In the business realm, Ukrainian enterprises are navigating uncharted waters. And we are aware of that it would be the easiest year. But you know, despite the shade of the war, the economy, you know, comparing to 2022, when the economy was shrinking down by around 30%, last year we had a plus 5% growth year to year, right? So we have this economy resilience, and we expect that in 2024 we will still have the economic growth despite the circumstances. Also, the private sector is a backbone, of course, of the Ukrainian economy, because in the midterm period we do really understand that the public balances from our strategic partners might go down, so that instead of that we should improve and develop the private sector in Ukraine. From my perspective, the capacity of Ukraine's private sector comes from three components or pillar, I would say. The first one is like the bravery to keep producing despite the war and hostilities. The second is like bravery to invest, and then bravery to rebuild. For instance, for our foreign friends who are not familiar, you might heard about Nikopol, the city 50 kilometers southwest to Zaporizhia. And Nikopol is daily exposed to shelling from Russian soldiers stationed nearby, and more than half of the pre-war population of Nikopol have left. But life as business does continue, and for example, the factory in Nikopol that manufactures metal pipes, it's like almost a third of the workforce, lost during last year, but still retains 2,000 employees, and who are working around the clock despite the dangers of the hostilities and uncertainties. Another example, in Nikopol, the high-quality seamless stainless steel, tubes that have taken in the first places, leading places in the European Union. So now they are still keep running, and the equipment is working, and also despite all the windows are covered with pieces of plywood. So, and the most motivation and spirit of plant workers, right? And their unbreakability deserves our respect and admiration. That's on the, I would say, on the still keeping producing. Let's moving from the east of Ukraine to the west of Ukraine to Lviv, where last year the industrial park was launched in cooperation with EBRD, with MIGA, providing political risk insurance. But anyways, like the investments that keep going on. And the last point I would say about the bravery on rebuilding, because for example, let's take a look at the Kiev region, and Bucha is a symbol of Ukrainian bravery, resistance, but also the Russian barbarism, right? And this terrible period of time will forever remain, but now the city is like on the track of rebuilding, and most of 90% of people of the pre-war population live in Bucha, and also hosts many of IDPs in Ukraine. And for instance, the Korean state-owned company Kai Water will help with the building of the one more industrial park, which is Bucha Techno Garden. So all in all, we have many examples of the bravery, of the motivation to do businesses despite the war.
Deputy Minister, I'm so glad that you mentioned specific examples, because the resilience is driven by countless millions of examples of enterprises from small to large that are showing up every day. And we wanted to bring together people on this panel, both from SMEs, but also large corporates, investors. And one thing that everyone that keeps saying that we here in Ukraine is that it's a patriotic duty to pay taxes. It's a patriotic duty to contribute. We've been looking at, 60% of Ukraine's budget is spent on military and security, and 60% of the budget is paid for by taxes. It's incredible, actually. The increase, it's been 27% year on year, and that's an incredible figure, and that speaks to the responsibility that people feel to ensure that defenders on the front are earning wages and being paid. So thank you, Deputy Minister. I want to switch over to Mikhaila Shalemba. Mikhaila, tell us about yourself and Data Group Voila. For some companies, they can relocate. For a company like Data Group Voila, with thousands of employees providing critical internet connectivity, no one can relocate. Everyone was there February 24th, continued to be there, serving 100% of the banks, the National Bank, ministries, corporates. So tell us, what does resilience mean to you and to Data Group Voila?
Thank you, Lena. I think resilience has become our way of serving Ukraine. And, for me personally, when the war started, there was a choice, as for everybody, to pack your stuff, leave. I had a call from my previous employer, from McKinsey, in Dubai, saying, like, we're happy to welcome you and arrange everything, right? But the example of over 3,000 of employees of our company that did not run away, that understood that the banks, the Ministry of Defense, half of the governmental agencies are actually depending on our connectivity and our network working. That moment actually changed the understanding why we work. Because before the full-scale invasion, it was like any normal corporations. You have KPIs, you have bonuses at the end of the year, you have promotions, etc. After the full-fledged invasion, everybody realized that we are working for the victory. We are working for our people, for our country. And as for me, as a Ukrainian man of fighting age and good health, every once in a while I have to answer myself a question: why is somebody else fighting for me in the trenches? Why somebody else is giving up their lives? And is what I do in a place where I am important enough to basically also say that I'm contributing enough for the victory? So, and for all of the people in our company, from many that I've interacted personally, this is similar mindset. We understand that this is our contribution, that nobody, we're super hateful, we're super grateful for the help of West, of our partners, but we understand that ultimately it's our country. We have to do our part and rebuild and support the economy and our clients.
And Mikhailo, a few of the stories we discussed upstairs about the liberation of Kherson, about the team that you had there and the extreme situation they were in terms of occupation, and what they did to ensure that you were operational almost immediately, and also in Chernihiv under occupation, sneaking in the diesel to keep Oshad Bank and other banks running. I mean, it's just incredible. If you can share some stories, I think everyone would love to hear them.
Sure. This is, we have so many stories of this, and then, like, every morning we start with, with the update on the network, on the people's safety. But in those first months of war, there was, incredible stories of very common people that you commonly see in the streets acting as heroes, and nobody told them to do what is right, but it's basically their internal way of living. So one of the stories that Lena mentioned, Kherson was occupied in the first days of the full-scale invasion, and we had over 80 people in Kherson. We are one of the largest operator in that region. And what our people did is actually they dismantled the key equipment, and one of the employees there, just a regular engineer, he hid a piece of equipment that is worth more than $100,000 under basically his bed in his house, and he knew perfectly that it was completely unsafe. He knew that as many others who had other pieces of important infrastructure stored at their personal property. But the moment that Kherson got liberated, they brought all this equipment back, right? And it not only did not allow the Russians to use our network to then basically translate their propaganda, but it also allowed us to be the first ones to restore the services in Kherson. And we have examples like that in Izum, in Kharkiv region. We have Chernihiv, which is also a great example when the city was under constant shelling. There was no electricity, no water, no infrastructure, but people had to rely somehow on the banking system working, right, to keep the economy even under these conditions running. They had one of the banks to be able to give out cash, the pensions, the salaries, right, the transactions, because all the economy converted into cash, right? Because there was no connectivity, no electricity. So every morning for 3 weeks, we started basically with a phone call from the head of IT department of Oshad Bank, saying that they're going to launch their diesel generator at 8 a.m. We would basically do the same. The problem was we did not have connectivity with our staff, so we were waiting for them to launch their diesel generator, charge their phones, connect to the satellite connectivity that we had there or to our network, and then basically power up the bank. And then in the middle of that period, the diesel generator was flopping and it was about to break down. So we actually found a way, because the roads were destroyed, the bridges were destroyed, so we found a way to bring the spare diesel generator through the woods, through rivers. It was March, right? In order to make sure that that operation was continuing. And this became the story of very ordinary employees without being told from the above what to do, about them coming up with the ways of actually serving their clients, serving the economy, serving Ukraine. And we are very proud of continuing doing that.
Thank you, Misha. And now I want to turn to Anna Belovantsova. And Anna, please hold up the Esper hand. It just, we keep asking her to show it because everybody wants to see it. Anna, stand up, please, and show that everybody wants to see the hand. Show how it works, actually. I love the...
Yeah, it's a small size of Esper hand. We right now have 2 sizes for women's like this, and for men's, it's much bigger than this one.
Well, but show the different grips.
Yeah, I need to turn on. So it can have different grips. You can set up different grips using our application. You can hold different objects and set up the hand and all settings by yourself, so it can be your personalized gadgets. You can use it whenever you want, and it can be it's have ability to make everything happen.
So Anna, tell us about Esper Bionics, and we wanted to invite Esper as a small business in Ukraine, as a company where they could have left the country, they could be manufacturing anywhere in the world. They are choosing to remain in Ukraine, to manufacture and assemble in Ukraine, to have 75% of their personnel in Ukraine. Anna, please tell us your story.
Thank you, Lena. So Esper Bionics is an engineering company. We are developing technologies for human augmentations, for people to live longer and to have extra abilities. Our flagship product is robotic bionic hand for people who don't have hands. And it has ability to learn user behavior and to become personalized gadgets for our user. But Esper is not only about prosthetics. We are building the whole bionic ecosystem, like wearable devices, prostheses, exoskeletons, also controllers for wearable devices as in-surface sensors to make control more convenient for our users, and also a database of users of big wearables devices. So we gain data, body data from our users to be able to make their user experience better. And we started Esper 4 years ago in Kyiv, Ukraine. And then we understand that we are building an international company with a focus on the United States market. And 2 years ago, when the war had started, the core of our team were in Berlin, Germany. We came to Berlin a day before the war had started. We just had a meeting with our partners there. And it was really a coincidence that we leave a country 1 day before the war had started. And we had a choice to stay by the core of our team in Berlin, Germany, and developing our manufacturing there, or to move, for example, to the United States, or to come back to Ukraine. And we understand that Ukraine will have a great need of prosthetic devices in the several next year. And we are the company #1 which can help all these people. So we made our choice and we came back to Ukraine and start scaling up our manufacturing facilities, scaling up our assembly line to be able to meet this demand for our product in Ukraine. And these were hard 2 years for our company, for our team. We passed 2 relocations of our R&D facilities in Ukraine. And we learned how to work in blackouts and how still be able to manufacture these hands and made installations. And we learned how to work in war conditions and keep our team, our families safe. And I think it made us more strong and more resilient as a team and as a company. Of course, we also have great achievements during the last 2 years. As Lena mentioned, our product was on the cover of Time magazine, represented a list of 200 best inventions of a 2022 year. And it was the first time, I think, in a time when the Time magazine just put one exact product on their cover to represent this list. Not a bunch of different products, not a logos of companies, but one product, and this product was made in Ukraine during a war and delivered from Kyiv to New York during the war. And it was a great achievement for our company, and it gave us like understanding that we are going in the right way. And when we discovered this news, we were in New York and we celebrate this great achievement for our team. Our other part of our team, they were sitting in bomb shelter in Kyiv because it was air alarm, and it was so contrast between us. So we are celebrating in New York. In New York, they are sitting in Kyiv in bomb shelter. But all of our team, each team member has this understanding and this feeling that we made it possible all together. It's like it's because we are so united and we keep doing what we are used to do, and it's all because we were strong and we made this choice to stay in Ukraine and to be able to produce and growing. And I think the biggest motivation for us, for our company, for our team, and for me personally is our users and how we can change their life. And a lot of our users, they decided to come back to a front line with prosthesis. So I think we are only one company, prosthetic company in the world, which products using in the front line by soldiers in duty. And these people, they really want to come back. They really want to be able doing what they used to do before. And they are worried how functional they will be if they can compare it with other their soldiers. So I think we are doing a great work, giving them this opportunity to live fulfilling life and to give them extra abilities. And some of them just joking that they have this advantage among others. So right now they need to worry only about one hand, not about two hands, and it's like 2 times less stress for them. And I want to share one story of our user Alexis. He lost his hand in the front line. He is a medical doctor also. And he decided to come back with prosthesis to a front line, and he is hospitalier right now. So he evacuated wounded soldiers from the field to the nearest hospital and gave him like the first help, some small surgery, so helped them to be stable. He saw these young soldiers who just lost their hands. How desperate are they? They thought that their life is ended. So they do not know what should they do, how their future will look like. And Alexis just doing what he needs to do, just help them, talk to them, doing this stuff, grabbing different subjects. And then they saw that he has bionic hand. And then Alexis just said, yes, I was in your place like a year ago. And can you see me now? I am able to do everything I want. I am truly very functional, and I have a robotic hand, and it's amazing. So you can also live this life. And I will share contact with you later, so you will be safe, trust me. And he saw how their faces changed in this moment, and they have this hope that everything will be okay, and they will have this bright future. And I think it's the best motivations for us, the understanding what we are doing for Ukrainians, how we can help them with our products. So we don't have other choice. We need to grow, we need to scale our manufacturing, growing our team, and keep doing what we are doing right now.
Anna, thank you so much.
Lena, I have to share real quick before you move on the story. We were on a panel yesterday, Lena and Anna and I, at the Female Quotient. And we did this panel, and then after the panel, Shelley Zelig, who's amazing, who runs this, she said, I have the Time magazine CEO coming. So Anna, you got to wait and see the CEO. And so they hung out, and while they're there, these two young, I don't even think one's a teenager yet, like 9 and 12 or 5 and 13. These two young girls, they start talking about this company that they love. They see her hand. They talk about this company. It's Esper. She's like, that's my company. And they're vloggers. They basically blog on bionics. And long story, they all go up, meet the Time CEO, do a little video, and I think the Time CEO is going to make them, they have like Time Kids, and she's going to let them now talk. So they're all going to do a new story about Anna and Esper Bionics. So I just thought that was so cool that everything came together, and these two young girls who are following her in the company said, no, that's my favorite company.
Thank you so much, Teresa. That's such a story, and it's so inspiring because it's not only about facts, figures, economic resilience, it's about saving lives.
Yes.
And I do want to acknowledge Yaroslava Johnson, my fellow co-organizer, who saw the spark in Anna's eyes and Dima's eyes and wanted to back them. You know, there's a 700 long person waiting list for this hand, 140 defenders. And Western S Enterprise Fund gave a $500,000 grant for 70 hands and is also backing them with an investment. So thank you so much. Thank you, Slava Johnson. Thank you. It's really important for the country and for Asper and for these brave defenders like Alexis. John, let's switch over to you, to Argentum Creek. You've been investing and operating in Ukraine for many years, all across the country, in some of the largest, most high-profile projects, and share with us what Ukraine's economic resilience means to Argentum Creek, and your belief that the rebuilding, revitalization, recovery has already started.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation for the panel. I'm pleased to be here. It's really an honor to be on a panel with such tremendous people who are in Ukraine, actively making a huge difference on a day-to-day basis. I'm from London, Mikhail, I often think about what else we can do, and I think we'll talk about some of that here. But it's an honor, and we appreciate all that all of you do in Ukraine for us. Argentum, as Elena said, Argentum is a global emerging markets special situations fund. We've been a very active investor in Ukraine over the last 6 years. We probably invested 600-odd million in different projects, so significant, reasonably significant. For us, special situations usually means we partner with management teams to find solutions to problems. Sometimes it's turnarounds. In the past, it's included restructurings. Sometimes it's direct investments for companies that don't have access to capital. We do deep due diligence, and then we take an activist approach to try and help companies with governance questions, improve their governance, with investing in capital at times, and in sourcing new capital, and then ultimately in finding the appropriate long-term owners if that's the right course of action. So for us, as I mentioned, I live in London, so I don't have day-to-day experience in Ukraine the way, with air raid sirens and with fixing, having employees with things under their beds in Kherson. I mean, there's some, but I think what from afar, what you can see in Ukraine is thousands and thousands of acts, small, some large, some seemingly innocent, but really significant acts like the piece of kit under the bed. I mean, it's people putting themselves in danger at different times and over the last 2 years to really make a difference because they felt it was the right thing to do. And so I think it's certainly something to support, but at the same time, when we think about what's coming next, and we certainly see the signs of recovery happening in certain parts of the country. We also, and I think it's important to say, you at the outset said that there have been how many thousands of air raid sirens and missiles?
Right.
But a significant portion of the country has never seen a missile. And I think it's really important to understand, and Crispin is the man here who has a system that he's worked on with the government. It's really important to understand that a huge portion of the country is not at the front line. And of course, the stories in Kherson are inspiring, but after all, from an investment perspective, and this is for people who are sitting in Canada and New York and Hong Kong thinking about where do they put their investments. Well, here you have a country that has a tremendously deep workforce who has shown their commitment, not just in holding off an aggressor that has much more in wherewithal and troops for on a day-to-day basis, but on these kinds of stories about keeping the internet on. I mean, I have regular calls with people on the internet, even when the lights go out, the internet still works. That's thanks to Mikhail and his team and others. But it's just I mean, this is a country who has real human capital depth. And that's, first of all, important. But secondly, it's not a country that is as risky as we all say. I mean, frankly, even the way you started it with air raid sirens and missiles, yes, there's been some terrible things that have happened in Ukraine. And yes, things are still terrible in certain places. But I think the point to make that's really fundamental is that in a significant portion of the country, there are great businesses with real people who are producing real things. And some of them are even operating in a better way than they did before the war because of the commitment of the staff that had stayed to work. So I think that's an important question because we need to talk about risk in a different way. We need not, and again, I point to Crispin, who's at Marsh and thinking about risk all the time. But when we talked 6 months ago about the fact that on all of the websites in the US, the State Department and the SCDO, they all say, do not travel to Ukraine because it's too risky. But actually, since most of the country's never seen a missile, that's silly in a way. And so I think we need to address some of those things on our side, but we also need to realize as investors that there are real opportunities and the human capital is almost unsurpassed. And I think that's a key point. And I just make one more point about our experience of good and bad. So we have an investment in Odessa where the owners decided to use the war to commit fraud and steal inventory. And exactly what's happened is still to be determined, but a significant financial problem happened. And we ultimately took the decision to enforce over that asset because we have investors and we have to protect their rights. But I think the key point is, while it's not perfect, it's not from point A to B, the system in Ukraine is still not perfect, but the system does work. We have a tremendous group of lawyers, of advisors, of partners who are in Kiev, in Lviv, in Odessa, working with us to secure those assets, to make sure that no more of this bad behavior happens. We have external advisors who know the sector and know how to structure things working with us. And at the end of the day, not everything is going to go right in Ukraine or anywhere else for that matter. But at the bottom line for us is that even in a war, even when most people will ask the first question that know nothing about Ukraine will ask you, what about the corruption? But even in a war, even during all that's going on, the court system and the system of protecting investor rights is working. Again, it's not perfect, but that's not the point. So I think resilience doesn't just apply to the thousands of stories, of small stories, but it applies to the people who are acting in a system and providing investors like us with the ability to deal with problems when they arise. So, yeah.
John, thank you so much for making that point. That's so important, that the difference between perceived risk and actual risk. We discussed that during our rare earth minerals panel, and we also talked about the opportunities in Ukraine, which I do have to mention that, a number that jumped out at me, the rare earth mineral opportunity is a 4 to 12 trillion opportunity. The country feeds 400 million people. The fact that the ag sector, that despite the grain corridor deal stopping, you only saw a 7% drop, 14% and then a 7% drop year on year in terms of the food and ag exports. You still had a country that exported 24 billion worth of product. It's just incredible. So I fully agree with you. We see it in our portfolio. We see it with companies growing 30% plus a year. And that ultimately has enabled us to raise the fund because everyone has seen the resilience and has seen the growth and has seen that the actual risk is significantly less than what you would think.
Lena, if I may add just
Sure.
to John's point, I mean, if you go to Kiev, and I encourage all of you to come and visit Kiev, I mean, you will probably spend an hour of your day in traffic jams. There are more people in Kiev now than it seemed to be before the war. Everything's working, everything's lively. People adjusted, and it's amazing. Even when there is an air raid siren, you know how much time you have to get to the shelter. You know if you have to finish important meeting or not, or you just move there. I mean, we have hundreds of people in call center, and half of our call centers actually been moved to the bomb shelter, so we don't have to interrupt servicing clients when the air raid goes out, right? So completely agree with you. I mean, my kids are with me in Kiev, right? And Kiev is most probably the safest place in the world now, despite every 2-3 weeks being attacked by rockets. So completely agree to that. Businesses adjusted,
Yes.
People adjusted. It's very sad, but life goes on, and Ukraine finds a way to continue and become stronger.
Well, what's one of the real bright spots we know is the tech sector. And we know that tech sector has been driving resilience. Tech sector is ensuring connectivity. The digitalization continues. The Dia City, which was launched February 2022, now has over 820 companies who've joined. And we're so fortunate, Teresa, that you're on our panel as an investor and advisor to General Catalyst, 47 billion, raising a 12 billion fund, and also an incredibly savvy tech expert who has grown the public sector side of Amazon Web Services for 12 years. So you are operating in Ukraine, you are investing in Ukraine, your companies are coming to Ukraine, and you see a real bright future. Tell us about it.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I love the attendance here. Every panel, I think, is packed. So I was here on Monday and got to see a lot of the panels. But I want to say, learning and understanding for me about the Ukraine has been a little bit new, like in the last, especially since the war broke out. Right? I wasn't there. I didn't understand the country that much, quite frankly. And the war opened my eyes. And I live in the Washington D.C. area, and you have a lot of fans there. People were rallying, and we just had a phone call last night with the gentleman, Ted Olson, who's probably one of the most famous attorneys in the world, has won more Supreme Court cases arguing for the Supreme Court. And he was telling Andre and I that he supports Ukraine Initiative fundraising there in Washington, D.C. So we're like, oh, we got to get with you. So you do have a lot of fans. But from a technical point of view, the Ukraine has amazing technical talent. And in the world of technology, my world primarily has been public sector. Working to build, I was at Microsoft 10 years, I ran US federal government, and then I went to Amazon Web Services, and for almost 12 years from scratch, built a worldwide public sector business for cloud. And my old team there continues to do good work in Ukraine, and I'm really happy about that. But what we're seeing on the investor side now for a venture capital firm, we invest in defense tech, intel, healthcare, financial services, energy, climate. And we have a lot of companies that are in the Ukraine already. A lot of defense tech are there. We have a lot of other companies who would like to come and work. And then we're talking about how do we invest in companies inside Ukraine? How do we create that ecosystem that we can share back and forth globally, because global resilience happens when you partner up really well, you understand what the issues are, and you're able to drive to results. And I'll give an example of a company that we've invested in called Helsing. And just to set the stage for a minute, in 2010, there weren't really any such thing as a GovTech, EdTech, health. That was kind of the connotation of very digitally based startup companies running on cloud computing that could move really fast. And now you see thousands and thousands of companies. Anna's a great example of just being able to develop their technology and move very fast. And so in the US, you saw very slowly, because you could use cloud, new defense and intel companies like Palantir. Most of you know who that company is. They're kind of a famous one. Now you might have heard of Anduril. They're another kind of startup. And you never heard of these companies. And why now have they, now there's hundreds, thousands starting to come on the scene. But in Europe, you never really heard about startup defense tech. And Helsing is really the first true startup defense tech. They're based out of Germany, but they work with Germany, the UK, France, and the Ukraine. And the thing that they do that I think is very interesting, they war game everything. So if anybody's a gamer, and one of their founders was a gamer, he sold 2 or 3 gaming companies, but they've made working in the war, because look at who our soldiers are today. They're young, they're digital natives by far. Everything they do, they're used to smart devices. So we have to now take war to the next level. Helsing puts sensors on everything. They pull that data in, and in real time, in a situation center, they can war game what's happening, what's going on with the war. And the military warfighters on the ground then can act in real time. Because when you're fighting a war, 10 minutes later doesn't help you. You need to be thinking now or projecting what could happen. And if you can game out the warring situation, then in real time, you can start figuring out what's the bad guy trying to do. Notice I name them bad guys, not bad gals. I just want to say that out loud. But you can predict. You can begin to have those predictions. Then you can take that data, those sensors, apply real-time large language algorithms, and really understand what's happening. And I just want to say, this is unbelievably game-changing for warfighters. So where we are is we need to get more companies, and we've got to cross-share that information. And what I'll say to you is there's no time like the present. We can't wait. We've got to be doing that faster. We've got to make sure that we're information sharing, we're getting the data out to the right companies. Because look, companies that have been around a long time, large system integrators, they're amazing, and you can't do without them. But you also need small, agile, the ability to move very fast and quickly. The new technology of today, cloud and AI, allows us to do that. And then you have startups that are thinking through these problems. And the more we share and get inside the Ukraine, and so one of the things I'm excited about is an AI fusion center that I know is being created right now for companies to come inside of the Ukraine. We bring our technical talent inside the Ukraine and be able to in real time, talk to the individuals, assess the war fighting, what's going on. And let me just say, I've said this a couple of times, who would have thought we would have had a war day to day being fought with drones, even 5 years ago? Would we have thought about that? No way. I was at Amazon when we were talking about delivering packages, and we couldn't even get drones cleared in most countries. So the idea that we're war fighting with drones and how we've enabled them is the next level. So I'm super excited. I think there's lots of opportunity. And to your point, Lena, you know, all these investments, I'm talking more right now about defense tech, but there's others, healthcare, financial services, energy, climate. Like you said, it's such a rich country with all kinds of rare earth minerals there that we've got to take advantage of now for the Ukraine, not wait. You don't want to wait for these things after the war. You got to keep moving. And I think all these stories are about you're flying the airplane while you're building it. You're not waiting to build that airplane.
Teresa, thank you so much. That's, and the tech sector, you've given us some vivid examples. I mean, this is a sector that's a hard currency lifeline for the country. This is a sector that's approaching 8 billion from, when we started investing, 110 million. I mean, it's amazing and really powering the economy. We could go on for a long time. There's so much that everybody wants to say, but what I'd like to do now, John, starting with you, and then Deputy Minister, and just go down the line, very shortly and succinctly, what are you most excited about in terms of the recovery, revitalization, rebuilding? What really, when you look at that vision of you and Argentum in Ukraine, what really gets you excited?
Well, I mean, I like investing in companies, so the deal flow and the pipeline we have that we're developing, and the effort we have to try and build some momentum around attracting additional investors. I mean, I think people are beginning to get the message. It requires that we work together with insurance and with other products and with governments. It has to be a bit of a public-private partnership at the moment because it's the moment we're in. And I think, raising funds to invest in companies during wartime requires cooperation. But I think all of the various pillars of this see that, and I think it's a question of now pulling it together to start making more investments. And I think we've developed a pipeline. We're actively engaging in looking at new things, and I think for everybody, it's not about raising $20 billion and building a new institution or about something huge. It's about getting started even on a deal-by-deal basis and doing smaller things. So I think we're very much aligned with the rest of the panel to say, getting started and getting out there.
Well, that's a very good point because, project by project, when you break it down that way, you can finance a project today.
Yeah.
You do not have to wait until post-war. You can do it today.
And I think we'll as we do these things, we will create examples and enable other people to understand that it really works. And sometimes it won't work, but then we can see that the system works to help protect investor rights. So I think we need to just sort of debunk all the myths that have built up over the last few years and just get in there and get started. That's my clear message.
And one of the questions I always get is there really enough to invest in? And I mean, we have over 60 opportunities in our pipeline. I know you've got dozens of opportunities. What is your view? Is there really enough to invest in? I know your answer, but I want to hear it from you.
Yeah, I mean, we invest in agriculture and logistics and metals and mining, and so absolutely. I mean, we could easily put 250 to 300 million to work quickly in Ukraine at the moment in deals that are in the pipeline and that we've already looked at.
Fantastic. And Deputy Minister, you oversee investments.
Yeah.
And there's so many exciting projects that you know of, that you see, that you're championing from within the government. What really gets you excited?
I mean, I'm really excited learning from folks about the stories, because the government should not only provide the policies, but also feel the pulse of businesses, right? And the stories we heard today, that's the only examples that we will find many of them, right? Overall, the businesses in Ukraine need, I would say, three pillars. The first is like de-risking instruments and tools, and the fast response, especially. And when we had the grain corridors issue, we launched the Black Sea insurance scheme, and I'm looking at Crispin here. That's the fast response, right? Or decreasing the insurance premiums, insuring vessels, for export routes in Ukraine. Then we're going to have the many veterans, and the state policy for how to hire them, how to include them again to the economic activities. That's another way how to grant them funds and for launching the small medium entities, right, by veterans. Then we have the issue for how to get back talents abroad to Ukraine. And that's also the policy. As fast response should be also provided. With regards to the investments, for sure, the tech is like something that will be definitely growing up down the road, especially the health tech, the defense tech, military tech, because it's needed. It's like the required, and both in the front line by our army, right? Because that's the advantage for Ukraine, and of course for the healthcare as well. Then the agriculture and the vertical integration and the processing industry development in Ukraine, right? Because we have still this the bottlenecks in the export logistics. Anyway, export logistics should be unlocked, right? And then Ukraine also might provide the bring to the EU and the US the additional value, like the security, like the energy, and so on and so forth. So at the end of the story, the Ukraine will become the part of the European Union, which is the huge market, and placing the production facilities starting from the Western Ukraine. Why not? That's like the nearshoring approach and manufacturing hub, which Ukraine would become down the road.
You're such a great spokesman for your country. I would be booking the next ticket to Kiev, based on that presentation that you just gave. Thank you so much. Teresa, Mikhailo, Anna, what do you want to leave this audience with?
Well, I kind of said it already. I think the opportunity to invest a lot more in defense tech. And for me personally, the rare earth minerals that we talked about, pretty exciting because that will power the world and let everyone know what the Ukraine is really about on another level of energy. But the last thing, pray for me, is I am very passionate about veterans. I've spent a big part of my career supporting veterans and veteran health. And I think there's opportunity now, and later we need to learn about our wounded warriors. What is the new wounded warrior looking like? And ensuring that we are bringing in the right services right now to service those, just like what Anna's doing. We're not waiting, and there's going to be a lot more. I've lived through quite a bit in 25 years with different wars, working with the U.S. military and veterans, and it's probably one of the most important things that we can do right now and think about. Not think about, I should say action very quickly. So hoping maybe I can bring a little energy to that as well, and it's just been an honor to get to know you, Lena. I told Lena when I met her, how have I gone, because I try to collect amazing women, and I was like, how have I not met Lena before? So it's been a real privilege to know what you're doing in the Ukraine and your passion.
Thanks, Teresa. Thank you so much. Mikhailo.
I want to say that I'm very excited about growth, despite the fact that we work in a very traditional and mature industry. We made an investment 2.5 years ago and bought a competitor. And despite the fact that almost 2 years out of this period were during the full-fledged invasion and the war, we already paid back the investment. So we have a number of other companies that are in the pipeline. And there is so much opportunity for growth, for increasing the efficiencies, for optimization. And as a businessman, as an investor, I'm really looking forward to that. And Ukraine is a future, and it's a growth future.
Thank you so much. Anna, the closing few words.
Yeah, I think because of the war in Ukraine emerged new startups and innovation sectors like military tech and also human augmentation tech driven by prosthesis and health tech. And we have all chances here to build new Apple or Samsung companies, and our products can compete with different well-known world products, and Ukrainian technologies can be spread in the world. And to not lose this opportunity now, we need to build these economic pillars for helping entrepreneurs and innovators to keep going and to do it fast.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you to our audience. Uliana?
Thank you. Thank you very much for such an interesting discussion, and I do hope that the investments, will flow to Ukraine with such a great, speakers. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to give you the gifts from the Ukrainian designer to keep you warm in Davos. Excellent. Here you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next panel, dear guests, our next panel will start at 2:30. It will be on the investment opportunities. So please stay tuned. Don't go far and join us for the next panel. Thank you. take your seats. We will start in a minute. Yeah, sure. Please take your seats. Dear guests, dear guests, good afternoon and welcome to Ukraine House Davos. Next panel will be, it's called Enabling Recovery and Reconstruction, Investment Opportunities and Risk Insurance. And we are very grateful to Marsh McLennan for sponsorship of this panel. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of this panel, Andy Hunter, the president of the American Chamber of Commerce, who will introduce the speakers.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm delighted to invite on stage, so we have a fantastic panel today, Rostislav Shurma, Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, John Doyle, CEO, Marsh McLennan, Matteo Patrone, Managing Director, Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and Julie Monaco, the Global Head of the Public Sector Banking, Capital Markets and Advisory in Citigroup. So a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think if there was ever a time, the best time to have a panel at Davos, it would be today, a Thursday afternoon, where after 4 days of intense meetings, intense discussions, but I think it's really a time to think, what are we going to go back with? So we are, the sign on the roof says 692 days, and we are in Ukraine. We as the American Chamber of Commerce are in Ukraine. Our members are continuing to operate. And so today we want to focus, as the panel says, on what is it we need to enable the recovery, the reconstruction, the investment opportunities, the risk insurance. So we have a fantastic panel to discuss this today. And I think we will be looking what it is, because I think the expectations we had last year, sat here this time last year, are very different to what we have today. And I think we are amending plans. And we are getting ready for the recovery conference in the URC in Berlin. And I think today we want to focus on what we've been doing over the last 12 months and what we need to do over the next 6 months tangible. And who better to kick us off than Rostislav Shurma. Rostislav, many of you know. I think we're very grateful to Rostislav on behalf of the business community for the continued dialogue in Kyiv. Rostislav is responsible for all things in economy, on energy, and overseeing the finance, the industry and recovery initiatives. So Rostislav, I mean, kick us off. I mean, last couple of days, what have you seen and what is it that you are taking back to Kyiv from Davos?
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. Maybe I would suggest to start just recapping back 1 year ago when we were developing the plans, recovery plans, when the mood was absolutely different. I would say the counteroffensive was very active. We regained the Kyiv, we regained region, the Kharkiv, the Kherson, and everybody was expecting that we will move on fastly and perhaps within a year we will regain the majority of the remaining territories and we will strike some deal on the security guarantees and we will speak and prepare for the very big recovery program in Ukraine. So we started designing the value chains, analyzing the fundamentals and all the segments of the economies, kind of communicating with all the corporations, financial institutions, private, just to setting up this. But now we, as a result of that, and as a result of what we see on the ground, we understand that there is almost, just to be frank, zero commercial investment appetite, private investment appetite to Ukraine. So in those who see the business opportunities in multiple segments, they are not ready to commit with their own equity. being the public companies just being risk averse, etc. Maybe the very minor separate cases that might take place, but as a way it will not happen. What is the major thing which is holding this back is absolutely clear. This is about the uncertainty and the military risk. The risk that cannot be covered by any commercial product. There is the risk of the market as well. So these two risks that hold 90% of all the potential decisions, maybe 95%, not anything else. And the military one is absolutely predominant one. So obviously there is the unique solution for that. The solution is NATO, but it's not available. So it means that we need to switch to plan B and to offer something now, not just to discuss hypothetically that we will start some post-war recovery. We need to do and start doing something now. So conceptually, we see the three possible solutions how to mitigate this risk. The first one is about introducing the different types of the sovereign backing, sovereign guarantees for the private investments of some of the corporations or private supplies. There are some of the countries that are quite advanced in that. I can provide the examples of the Denmark, of the Germany, that have launched the very specific schemes and products, and we see already the pilot projects that already being implemented. This is the one way to do it. This is very similar to something like was Marshall Plan 70 years ago. Number two might be the different mechanisms through the IFIs, when the sovereign government is not ready to offer some kind of a tool, but they are ready to contribute and donate some of the IFIs like EBRD here, MIGA, IFC, or somebody else who will offer some kind of the product. Number three is to elaborate on the commercial product, which is not available on the market. But that will not require the 100% backing with the cash and with the deposits, because then the math doesn't work. Because any project and investment assumes that you need to have some kind of a decent leverage. And you have the 100% of the coverage for the insurance, then you have some 30 to 50% of the equity. It means that you have the negative leverage. So it doesn't work, and we need to elaborate on the commercial product. So I think this is what we'll discuss today. All those three types, maybe some other blended hybrid instruments that we need to develop and implement. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Rostislav. So the risk, and John, the risk insurance. So can you just give us, I know you've been actively involved over the last 12 months, stuff you've been doing. And so if you can let us know what you've been doing in the last 12 months, what insurance is needed for Ukraine today, and how can it be made available quickly?
Yeah, thanks, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you. And I can't think of something more important or more connected to the purpose of our organization than to be doing this work. So so we're proud to be trying to be part of the solution here. So insurance is going to be the backbone of many economies, and ultimately will enable the attraction of capital and investment into any market around the world. And so it's at its highest level, that's really what our objectives are. Of late, our focus had been the grain market and getting shipping insurance in place so that grain can flow through the Black Sea. And so our team, some of our colleagues are in the room here, worked tirelessly with the government, had legislation passed, and developed a public-private partnership model with private capital up on top, taking risk on top. But we now have a functioning insurance market for shipping through the Black Sea. That can be a model for us to focus on other aspects of the insurance market. Broadly speaking, we need a highly functioning market, really across all aspects of the economy. So our focus will turn to other commodities, other areas of insurance. And to do that, one of the things we worked with the NSDC on was putting a war risk data platform together. The government has an incredible amount of data, digitized form, and so we worked with the government to put that data together in a way that we think we can use to help attract insurance capital and ultimately investment capital to the market. So, looking forward, that's our where we're focused, Andy, and near term, we know travel and enabling travel into the country is a critical thing. Part of that is just how the warning label that the West has put on travel into Ukraine, and we know from the data that the entire country is not a risky place to visit. And so, I think there's some work we know there's some work we can do and some progress we can make on that, and ultimately restoring even air travel to the country will have a really important economic impact. So that's our area of focus at the moment.
Okay, brilliant. Matteo, EBRD, one of the biggest investors in Ukraine today. Again, what have you been doing over the last year, and what are you looking at for the next 6 months?
So let me take one step back with respect to last year. So when the conflict started, we pledged to invest 3 billion euros in the country over the 2 years, 2022, 2023. Actually, we ended up investing 3.8 billion euros, out of which 2.1 billion euros in 2023. And out of this, half went to the public sector, to state-owned enterprises, and half of it went to the private sector in the form of, indeed, loans and some equity, very marginal, but otherwise loans, or we took some risk away from the balance sheet of banks so that they could on-lend to the SME sector. And we focus on 5 areas, and those are indeed energy security. So we supported the likes of Ukrenergo over 2022 and 2023, Naftogaz, and in the vital infrastructure sector, so in transport, we supported Ukrzaliznytsia and the Agency for Restoration, and a number of municipalities. In the food sector, entirely in the private sector, we supported a number of companies, again, both directly through loans or through the banking system when it comes to supporting SMEs. Private sector in general, both local companies and foreign direct investors like ArcelorMittal or local companies of any size, really. And another big chunk of our business was on facilitating trade. And that is absolutely crucial in the current environment. So all that sums up to 2.1 billion euros. We could not have done that without the support of our shareholders that have taken away part of the risk that we took on our books. At the end of last year, our shareholders also decided to increase the capital of the BRD by 4 billion euros. That will have a leverage effect on our ability to provide finance in the real economy of the country. And so we will not require guarantees for our investments anymore, apart from some very specific exception, some products that would not be able to deploy in any country, not in Ukraine only, without some level of protection. And the plan is to continue more of the same at the moment being. So those 5 areas that I mentioned are indeed the ones where we're going to focus also in 2024. But we stand ready to change that strategy depending on how the situation evolves, because Rostislav is absolutely right. The volatility requires flexibility in the approach. And this is exactly what we have applied in our approach in the last couple of years. And that is why we managed to put so much finance at work.
Brilliant. Julie, I remember this time 2 years ago, in 2022, we had our contingency plans in place. We were getting ready for we didn't know what's going to happen. But we bought paper maps. We took out paper money because we were being told, the internet's not going to work. I think today the internet works better in wartime Kyiv than it does in many European cities. The banking sector continues to work seamlessly. So thank you to you, thank you to Citi for sort of continuing that. What have you been doing over the last 12 years, especially on enabling recovery and reconstruction?
So the focus has been the same since the beginning of the war. We at Citi have operated as a local bank for close to 30 years on the ground in Ukraine. We have 500 clients. Those clients represent local corporations, state-owned enterprises, and foreign multinationals who are operating in the country. Our number one goal when this war started was to take care of our employees, which we've done, and also make sure that those companies could still operate. And out of those 500 companies, only 2 of them are not operational today. So what have we seen and what have we focused on? We focused on helping them not only operate, but helping them continue to grow, because there are segments that are continuing to grow. And what we're really, the resilience of these businesses in terms of finding alternative food, fuel sources, alternate routes in terms of how they're getting their products out. We're helping with them with that resiliency and continuing to support them financially, right? We have loans out to these companies. A lot of them are performing fine, and we see ourselves as a really important part of helping Ukraine continue to grow its GDP. What we see, though, is that where our focus has been with them is how do we make sure that they have the working capital that they need in order to continue to grow their businesses, and a lot of them are continuing. And some parts of the segments, the technology segment specifically, has grown dramatically. Also, what we're looking at is how do we figure out ways that they can do more investments. And so that's the area that was discussed that's more difficult in terms of doing further, longer-term reconstruction, building type of investments. We've leveraged some of the guarantees that the governments have been providing. We did a rebuild on a bridge, and it was UK Exim Banking. But we're also looking for creative ideas to work with the DFIs on how we can deploy more money locally on other projects besides working capital. And so we worked very hard this year, my team did, to develop a capability to start lending our local currency, because we have a lot of excess local currency because of the capital restrictions right now, and we have government clients whose revenue is growing and their deposits are growing, and looking at ways that we could actually on-lend that to the DFIs and work together to find the right projects. And what we're going to be focusing on in 2024 is how do we all work together across multiple DFIs, across multiple donor countries, to get larger projects done that we know need to be done immediately. And then another area of focus has been part of the economy that's performing really well is the middle economy. So we opened up a commercial bank right before this war started. And just this year, we onboarded 80 new clients who are all performing very well. And we are actually in negotiations with our own government back in the United States for financial support for those companies to help them grow. So we're continuing. We have to do both in parallel. We have to just keep moving with our existing clients and our new clients that we're bringing on board and help the current economy. But at the same time, we got to come up with solutions, because the war has lasted longer than anybody expected, and we have to continue to operate in this war environment, and we have to be different about how we're doing that versus waiting for reconstruction after the war's over.
Yeah, well, brilliant. Well, I think in terms of the resilience we've seen on the battlefields is truly phenomenal. But I think also some of the companies that Julie mentions, the resilience of the private sector has been absolutely fantastic also, showing what has Ukraine been doing over the last 2 years to keep the economy ticking over. And I do want to mention sort of the private sector, what it's been doing, even this place where we are today. This is the private sector that's brought this together. So thank you, Elena. Thank you to all the sponsors that made this possible. That here on this promenade in Davos are giving the opportunity to get the message across, to show that Ukraine is open for business. One tagline that we've been pushing, saying it's risky to invest in Ukraine, but it's more risky not to invest in Ukraine. So I think something along these lines. But Rostislav, last 4 days, you've had many meetings, and I know you've got meetings to go to right after this also. What are the investors saying to you, and what are they asking you for?
To be frank, the key question is about geopolitics and war. There is no specific discussions on the projects, as I mentioned the first part of the discussion. And this is absolutely obvious, because there is no clarity what will be and when will be the final solution. But what is really important, after the Middle East conflict started and many other developments accelerating the world like AI, it's very important to keep the Ukraine in focus. And I think everybody understood that we are losing a little bit of this focus and momentum during the last half a year. And I think the Davos was very good of bringing back the attention to Ukraine. And if before the Davos, when we saw the agenda, we spoke with the people, we understood that Ukraine is somewhere on the teens, 20s topics of the Davos. in reality, but as a result of the visit of the president, of his speeches, of his meetings, of the reaction, of how he was received, I can confidently say that we definitely were in top 5, maybe top 3 topics of Davos this year, together with the AI, together with energy transition, and definitely we overtook the Middle East situation in Davos this way. So the main purpose was to bring back the importance of the war in Ukraine. We managed to do that, to discuss some of the questions that were not decided before. I think we received a couple of very important political decisions that we've got the commitments, and we've got a couple of very interesting commercial and financial feedbacks and next steps as a result of the visit of the president. But besides that, I want to refer of one of the important items that John mentioned, is about the air connection. The logistics and connectivity, and specifically air connectivity, is the fundamentally important element for any business and investment activity. Without that, anything doesn't work. If the investors and the business people cannot come in comfortably to the location and quickly, they will not come and they will not do anything. So I don't want to create over expectations like it was with the counteroffensive, but I can tell you that we are working very intensively to recover the air connection in Ukraine. There are 3 dimensions for this project. One is technical, to ensure the physical security, and our team and the military team is closely working with the Israeli colleagues to learn their example, and we're absolutely sure that we will manage this. The second is regulatory, because we need to get the approvals of IATA and FAA, which is not an easy case, and it definitely does not depend on us, it more depends on the bold decisions of the international partners that we believe they will get. And number 3, again, it's about the risks, about the insurance policies. Because we can open the airport, we can get the approvals, but none of the air company, none of the lessors will allow their fleet to fly in because of the risks. And here we'll get the same challenge to establish the proper risk instruments so that the air companies can fly into Kyiv that we plan to open.
And I would add, this is where the data platform can be very useful to begin a conversation. As I mentioned before, the Unity facility, the grain facility that's allowing grain to ship through the Black Sea now, is a blueprint, I think, that we can use where we can work with the government maybe to set up a first loss layer and then attract private capital to come in up above that. Another area is just around the rule of law and contract certainty too for foreign investors, and we work that out as part of the Unity facility, but that'll be an important consideration as well.
Okay, but just we're talking about Boryspil, or we're talking about Lviv and Boryspil?
We are looking at 2 options at the moment. There are pluses and minuses for every of them, but our primary focus is Boryspil.
Okay. And summertime? Summer?
Look, we have our internal roadmap and schedule. You are right, but I don't want to tell any specific timelines because, look, if it depended only on us, I would maybe be ready to commit publicly. But I think that the share of our homework is not more than 20% here. That's why to do any commitments on the decisions of the international partners, independent regulators, insurance industry, I cannot do this.
Yeah.
But we will definitely do our best to implement it.
Well, fantastic. I think this is just the point that Lord Cameron touched on at the breakfast this morning about making it easier for citizens, in his case, citizens of the UK. I think there's something also we are discussing in terms of regional, because at the moment there's a blanket no travel policy. I think it's working with the State Department, working with other governments, making it easier for citizens of different countries to travel, because I think that's so important for the business community and looking at sort of future. So Matteo, I mean, in terms of the 5 areas you've been looking at. I mean, anything specific sort of you want to focus on the stuff, that especially for the next 6 months, what you'll be looking for in terms of...
Yeah, I'd like maybe to mention one thing that Julia alluded to is, and I think Neil Ferguson alluded to that quite clearly yesterday at the dinner, also by the Pinchuk Foundation, is the reconstruction happens now. There is no discontinuity point between the conflict and the reconstruction. A number of things need to be rebuilt now, both in the private sector and in the public sector. That's why we extended a 300 million euro line, to which the Dutch government added another 72 million euro of grant to Ukrenergo at the end of last year for emergency reconstruction. Because at that point that was needed. And one of the projects that we are working on and that hopefully we're going to close fairly soon in partnership with the Italian government is with Ukrenergo. That project is a package of 200 million euros, 50 million are liquidity because the company needs also to finance its profit and loss and the current expenditures, but 150 million euros are to rebuild 2 stations north of Nova Kakhovka. And we have a number of other projects of that sort that we are looking at in the road sector, for instance, where in 2019 we extended a facility of 450 million euros to the Dano Kraftador. Most of those projects are not either viable or not priority anymore. So we are gradually reconverting those projects to something that is more useful at the moment being and more priority. For instance, last year we reconverted about 200 million euros to the revamping of the Lviv-Ravaruska road. And we are considering with Minister Kubrakov and his team to do something similar this year.
Okay, well, brilliant. Julie, in terms of city, again, you know, any specific sectors that you're seeing more interest coming through at the moment?
Certainly, we're seeing there's defense, there's infrastructure, there's technology, and agriculture. Right, all of them have investment needs, and we're looking at all those industries very closely. And what we're really focused on again is how to work on solutions this year that can improve the business environment, can improve the tools that we can work on together. And for us, it comes down to 3 things that we think are really important for us to get to that next level this year while the war is still going on. One is what John mentioned. I think that, you know, the business, I listed all the things about what's great about the business environment, and Ukraine is open for business and it's going well for so many of our companies that we're supporting. To increase the business confidence, I think that accepting adjudication from EU and UK courts on business law would be important for outside investment that we're trying to attract in on the FDI side. So that's something that we can work on. On the IFI side, we would like to see them revisit some of their products and solutions and make them more keen to wartime. What we're saying is, you know, we need more war insurance. We have certain sectors and clients where we don't have concerns about the credit risk. What we have concerns about is, you know, war and destruction of war. So if we could get some of those tools. Now, I think the other thing too is scale. And that's going to require both from the donor governments and the IFIs, do we have and I know there's discussions about a G7 multi-donor platform, but we're going to need a way to pool together our capabilities in order to get larger projects done. Because right now you couldn't get a $100 million project insured. So everything that's happening is small. And I think that if we put our minds together and really focus on some of these problems, we could get some of these projects done this year while the war is still happening. So that's what we're planning on spending a lot of our time. I have a team that's completely focused on development finance, has relationships with all the DFIs and all the donor governments. And we're going to try to use those resources to pull some of this together and continue to work with the Ukraine government. Hopefully we can get more done in 24.
Okay. On the G7 multi-donor platform, I don't know, Matteo, do you want to add anything on that?
Well, there are different levels of coordination. The G7 multi-donor coordination platform indicates the strategic guidance to a number of stakeholders in Ukraine on where we want to go in terms of reform agenda, in terms of pluriannual investments, etc. But there are also other platforms which are probably more concrete in terms of actions. The IFI coordination platform is one of them, and there is a rotating chair among us. And we took the view, indeed, that we need to focus on specific issues that would help us accelerating both the investment process, but also the implementation of investments. For instance, one of those issues is related to public procurement practices for the various IFIs, and we finally got together and we signed a memorandum of intent among all IFI, major IFIs, the World Bank Group, us, the EIB, and the Council of Eurobank, on harmonizing the public procurement processes using Prosoro and using the BRD platform. That will help in terms of implementation. And another area where we are closely coordinating is in institutional capacity building in some of the agencies. We mentioned the Agency for Restoration. That is one of the things that we are doing as a BRD, which complements what we are doing in terms of reform policy. You know that we've been putting in place the Ukrainian reform architecture since 2016. This is the deployment, basically, some of them are here in the room, of 200 young professionals in a number of ministries and agencies to underpin the reform agenda of the government. In this case, they are pivoted their action towards helping the EU accession talks. So there are a number of things that are happening in the IFI world. Then there is another coordination platform that I think works very well, and is the one managed and chaired by State Secretary Payet on energy. That is very helpful and very much needed, exactly because of the urgency in terms of energy security. And there is the finance track, which looks after the budget needs of the country, and indeed the G7 multi-donor coordination platform that brings all of these together. There is a learning process for all of us, and that is the case also for the platform itself.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for that, Matteo. So in terms of the recovery, the reconstruction, Rostislav, so I think we are sort of forward-looking. I think there's a lot of unpredictability. We have 40 countries going into elections, 3 billion people taking part in elections. I think it's going to be a year. I mean, my many years in the sort of Davos, I think this one's got a lot of fog and a lot of unpredictability. So we have to eat this elephant in parts. So if we look at the next, we're getting ready for, Matteo sort of touched on the reforms, the reform conference in Berlin in June. What is it? What is the government going to do over the next 6 months to get ready for reforms in Berlin, ready for enabling the reconstruction?
Obviously, there is the very wide list of the reforms that has been agreed with the IMF, with the European Union within the specific facilities. So we will be very dedicated to implement them, and we are quite on track on doing and implementing the commitments that we took before. Moreover, we will do a lot of other things on improving the business climate in Ukraine, and we have a very simple KPI that what is our competitive advantage in Europe, besides the people? That starting the business, but not legally, but physically, to get to the ready to shovel phase should be the fastest possible in Europe. So that only the engineering documentation should be the bottleneck, but not the approvals, not the communication with the authorities. And we are quite on track to do a couple of major changes in the land designation, in the utilities, in the grids, in the environmental approvals, in the local authorities approvals. So that's what we're going to do and what we're going to implement. But once again, what is really bad that very often this reforms agenda is being pushed ahead. Not the business environment is the main obstacle of doing business in Ukraine. The military risk and the permanent access to the market. This is 90% of the issue. Obviously, we have a lot of regulatory problems. We have some problems with the rule of law, as any other countries. We need to fix them. But just doing these reforms, just fixing that, everybody should have in mind, nothing will change until we fix the military situation and we ensure the long-term access to the market. which are absolutely crucial, two things. Maybe before handing over, I wanted to refer to one more instrument that we are working actively on. It's a bit delayed, again delayed because of the war situation. This is Ukrainian Development Fund that we started to work on a bit more a year ago, together with the BlackRock and JP Morgan. We expected to launch it, and our expectation was second half of the last year, based on our military expectations. But due to the obvious reason, we have delayed it because some sources of the capital that we relied on is simply not available in the current situation. So now we are basically our realistic timeline is something like the mid of the year, perhaps the Germany recovery conference. At the moment, I can inform that we have something like $500 million of soft committed catalytic capital. We will work on this number to increase it further. The target is 1 billion, but I don't know, maybe it will be 0.5 as it is. And this is one more tool that will allow to implement the business projects, at least in limited amount in this wartime situation. Blended with the private capital, I believe it should be of a couple of billion of extra source of investment liquidity injection to the country.
So out of all the sectors, I think one is the defense sector. There's been a lot of discussions about this. Raising capital for this sector is quite unique. Anything you can share what you've been discussing over the last couple of days on this?
Frankly speaking, there were no specific discussions on the military tech and defense over the last days, because Davos is not the place where those types of the deals are being done, to be frank. This is a bit different, I would say, story on funding, on transfer technology. There were separate meetings, separate conferences run by the Ukrainian government, by the Ministry of Defense and Ministries of Strategic Industries and our companies. What we see the fundamental change. We have a lot of local startups. It turned out that we have plenty of competitive products. I think up to a dozen of products where we are in top 3 globally. Drones is obvious, it's anti-tank systems Stugna, because everybody spoke about the Javelin at the beginning of the war. But if you compare Stugna with Javelin, it's much, much better in terms of all the technical parameters, in terms of the convenience, how to use it, and in terms of the price. And in terms of our capacity to produce now. It's a dozen times bigger than the Javelin's capacity. Air engines that Motor Siege produces for the missiles, for the military planes, it turned out that only three countries in the world can compete and are in the segment, and the Israelis and all the Middle East and Southeast Asia, they don't have the alternatives because this is the critical position. And in those couple of positions, we are very, very competitive, and I think we can get the long-term order book for decades ahead, which will be a very good source for the Ukrainian economy. In terms of the funding of those sectors, this is quite a different source of capital. You can hardly find it in the typical capital markets. It's quite a niche source, and we are working on that.
Okay. So, John, what needs to happen for Marsh McLennan to do more in Ukraine?
Well, we're all in, and as I said earlier, the near-term focus is supporting during war times the resilience of the economy as best we can, and so the near-term focus is moving past that Unity facility, using that as a blueprint to support other aspects of the economy, and as we discussed, travel is an important part of it. So that's going to be a big part of our focus over the coming months, but it also includes using that data. And having some level of contract certainty, some confidence in contract law in the country to attract insurance capital. Insurance investors, the investors that sit behind insurance companies, are no different than other investors, right? They're quite concerned, whether it's an aircraft lessor or any other type of investor. They're very worried about the war risk, understandably so. How can we create facilities that give them a level of confidence, maybe that takes more risk than they ordinarily would, to support the economy? Because they're willing to have the conversation. They want to be supportive.
Okay. And Matteo, for you, EBRD, big part of the URCs. What would you like to see happen over the next 6 months before URC?
I'd like to come to URC with a concrete plan for how we can support the Ukrainian real sector, real economy in the next 12 to 18 months.
Who should draw up that plan?
Well, we should come together to draw that plan. I don't believe in dirigism. I don't believe in top-down approaches. I think this is a dialogue that needs to happen between all stakeholders interested in Ukraine, IFIs, commercial banks, insurance companies, the government, and obviously strategic investors, both local and foreign investors. But one thing on foreign investors, if I may, until now there's been a lot of talks of how to attract new foreign investors in the country. There are a number of foreign direct investments already present in the country. Those are companies that are not leaving the country. Many of them are actually doubling down with investments. One of them is our client, is Nestle, for instance, to which we have lent money in mid-2023. Let's leverage on our friends, because they are already there and they believe in the country. They know it and they believe in the investment climate in the country.
Yes, maybe I would like to add up a little bit on the specific deliverables for the recovery conference. I think one of the key KPIs are basically that we have in place specific products that we have named. For example, if you speak about the direct government backing, so at least that we have 20, 30 countries with the specific instruments, how they back the investments of their corporations. For example, like the Germany, Denmark has, so we need 20 more that have in place, or the export credit agencies, or through some national funds, or directly from the budget, because everybody has his national specifics, but the scheme should be developed and approved. The second one is that on the level of IFIs, we need to standardize and implement this product for the countries that will not deploy the national product, but will contribute through the IFIs to do this. And number three, I think this is the task for us as the government, together with the commercial insurance industry, to commercialize this war risk insurance product. And it's now obviously number four, this Ukrainian Development Fund, which is as well one of the sub-products that resolves this issue, to have this introduced, implemented, and launched.
Okay, but just going backwards to Mateusz's point about this plan, Rostislav, what's your view? How should this be coordinated? Who should be coordinating this? What role the government should be? What role of the private sector, the IFIs?
Look, this is the Ukrainian Recovery Conference, so obviously the central role and central lead should be by the Ukrainian government, and it's just a matter of the intensive engagement of the IFIs, the partners, and the private sector.
Okay.
This is the government's responsibility to do that.
Okay, and the role of the private sector in this? I mean, what role? Because we have a lot of expertise of the companies on the ground.
Look, we believe that 90% of everything that should be going on is about the private sector. So in terms of the investments, in terms of the solutions, proposals, decisions. So obviously to work closely with the government, proposing different ideas, mechanisms, and ways to resolving different issues.
Okay, good. Julie?
I was just going to say that we would love to be directly involved in how we're pulling together all of these direct government backings and the IFIs. So I think that would be something that would be really, if we could get that conversation going soon, we would put resources to helping, because we know what's needed by our companies, and we know what's needed by the commercial banks that are operating on the ground now. And I think if we make this a three-way dialogue, we can actually help, because we're talking to all those IFIs and all those donor governments as well. But you have the convening power to pull it all together, but we could be at the table to help say, this is how it has to be standardized, this is how it has to work, and then it's going to unlock this. And that's something that we are committed to putting as many resources as needed towards that.
Yeah, I think from our side, the message from our members, and you mentioned Nestle, the 40 million investment that's happening during the war. 49% of our members have had damage or destruction to their facilities, especially the first days of the war, like companies like Unilever when they're through Hostomel and others. But these companies like Coca-Cola, the plants in Brovary, just north of Kyiv, it was under occupation. It's the largest in terms of volume producing Coke Coca-Cola in Europe. So these companies are up and running during the war, and I think that's the message we are delivering, that Ukraine is open for business. You know, McDonald's, they continue to operate, and they're opening new restaurants as they go along. So I think it's the realities of, you know, what's going on. But, you know, just going back to Julie's point, I think, you know, from our side, you know, there's the expertise that the experience from companies, and anything we can do to help, you know, we are more than happy to assist with that. You know, we work closely with Mateo's on our board, and City and on our board also. So anything we can do to help, you know, we are here. I know Rostislav has a meeting to go to. I don't know if there's any questions in the audience. Anyone would like to ask anything? Is that a question? Sorry. Okay, we can use this one maybe. Sorry, that's. Я перекладу, якщо треба. Є, окей.
Доброго дня, мене звати Олександр Вознюк.
I'm Alexander, and I'm the head of the Association of People with Disability, and we are just taking information about crimes in Ukraine. I'm also elected by the civil sector to European Union on promoting Euro integration. And my question is, you are talking a lot about business, about bringing capital in the country, but does the business see the development of civil society? What's more important, business instrument or civil society? And do you believe how this, whether the new vision of Euro integration affects your vision? That is the question to you. Енді перекладає це запитання, як бізнес дивиться на бізнес-спільноту.
If I'll try and answer. I think we have, especially when it comes to issues like fighting corruption, we have the 3 Ps: prevent, publicize, and punish. And I think the prevention, there's all kinds of mechanisms that are being introduced, but the publicizing, I think it's really working together with the civil society, and then the punishing. So I think, you know, we do strongly believe in the role of civil society, and we as the American Chamber of Commerce, we are open, working with civil society, so anything we can do together, please do. I don't know if there's anything to add.
Yep.
No? Okay. So, good. If there's no more questions, I think we can just final wrap up. So, final wrap up. I mean, Rostislav, we're leaving Davos tomorrow. What are you leaving Davos 2024 with?
Today, I'm leaving with the feeling that at least we brought back Ukraine to the agenda. We are leaving with the confidence of the political and financial support of our key partners, the European Union and the United States. You don't have the 100% guarantee that the packages will be voted, but we are pretty confident that they will be. It means that the 2024 is being secured. We are leaving with the understanding that the key business and financial leaders globally understand that Ukraine is not something, the war, somewhere conflict on the outskirts, that this is the focal point, that in case the democracy will not win, Ukraine will not win, the whole world order, their business model might collapse. They have the very clear understanding, and their positions and are much more bold even than the positions of politicians that we hear. I think these 3 messages.
John, Davos 2024, Ukraine. What have you seen in Davos about Ukraine?
I think you should be exceedingly proud of your presence here at the forum. I happen to be staying across the street. There was a crowd around this house, you know, every single day, and so you should be very, very proud of that. We continue to be inspired by the resilience and hope of Ukrainian people. And so we're going to continue to commit ourselves. Democracy is at stake. The United States recognizes that. Europe recognizes that. Of course, there's always domestic politics, but this conference helped bring it back up the list, and so thank you.
Matteo?
Well, I'm not surprised by the success of the Ukrainian delegation here, because I know our partners in the country, and I know the country, and Ukraine is an existential file for the BRD. We keep saying that the BRD is one of the major investors in Ukraine, but it's quite the opposite is true. Ukraine is one of the major markets for the BRD, and without Ukraine, the BRD would not exist. So I'm not surprised at all about this success. I'm actually very pleased that the narrative around Ukraine has changed, and is changing this week, and it's quite obvious that that is the case, because the Ukrainian armed forces have stopped the invasion, because the Ukrainian economy is proven to be extremely resilient. We have not mentioned numbers today, but yes, we had a drop of GDP because of the invasion last year, very significant, but in 2023 the economy grew at about 5% and above expectations, and in 2024 there is an expectation of further growth. And because the reforms are happening, and they've been happening since 2014, not with a linear trajectory, but they've been happening, and that's why we ended up, for instance, with a banking sector which has proven to be extremely resilient and absolutely crucial for the response to the economic shock of the war, and they keep happening now. And so in the current circumstances, Ukraine is a story of major success.
Julie.
Last night I was at the dinner for the future of Europe, where all the European prime ministers were around the tables, and they all got up and spoke specifically about Ukraine in the context of the future of Europe. So I walk away after that dinner last night seeing the resolve around the room, how important this is, not just for Europe, but for the world. And I think that, I certainly congratulate the Ukraine government and what you've done in Ukraine House, because it did increase the profile this week in terms of there has been distractions with other wars and other conflicts going on, but I think that this put it right back, and I walk away with confidence that there is resolve to make sure that Ukraine wins militarily, and that we continue to support Ukraine economically. Second is that from being here a few times now this week and talking with my colleagues, we accomplished more than maybe even some people expected to be accomplished economically, the 5% growth last year. But I walk away with optimism that we can do more now, to really help that GDP number be even higher, and make Ukraine even better. And I think that when we solve some of the, like you said, when the war risk goes away, I have no doubt that the foreign investors will all be there.
Yeah. Well, I think on that note, just want to say, we are back in Kyiv, Monday morning back at the office. So we look forward to seeing you in Kyiv. Anything we can do to help you, to help your business in Ukraine. Starting today, you see these organizations are already working in Ukraine today. We are there. We are supporting the business. We are very grateful to the government for all the support, for the continued dialogue. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for our great panel. Julie Monaco, Matteo Patrone, John Doyle, and Rostislav Shurma. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. I would like to say thank you for the sponsorship to Marsh McLennan. Thank you very much. And to all the speakers. Invest now, as the President Zelensky said at WEF, invest now and help us to win quickly. So, and stay warm with the Ukrainian designers. This is for Odile as well? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Basia. Yeah. Do you have one? Yeah? Okay, this is for you. Okay. Next panel will start at 5 p.m. This will be the final panel, followed by the networking reception. Please join us. Thank you. Dear guests, good evening. My name is Uliana Chromyak, and I am the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to introduce our last panel for today, and last panel generally of Ukraine House Davos, unfortunately. So please, after this panel, we will have the closing remarks, so please stay, and after that, it will be followed by the networking reception. So, it is my great pleasure to introduce the panel, What is at the Stake in Ukraine? And the moderator of this panel is Carrie Kennedy, President Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights. Applause. Timofey Milovanov, President Kyiv School of Economics. Natalia Bugayova, Institute of the Study of War. And Stephen Moore, founder, Ukraine Freedom Project, former Chief of Staff for a senior House Republican. Wishing you a great discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm so happy to be here with all of you, and thanks everyone for coming and for being here till the very bitter end of the Davos conference, and you chose the best way to end your Davos experience, so thank you. We're going to hear from each of our panelists, and then we're going to have a robust Q&A, so please start thinking right now of the questions you want to ask or the comments you want to make. I'm just going to lay out a few things to start with. Nearly 700 days ago, without provocation, Russia attacked Ukraine. Ukraine didn't ask for the war, and this is a war Russia imposed. Let's be very clear. This is a war that Russia imposed on Ukraine. The reasons that we support Ukraine are well known. We support Ukraine because we don't want a world in which nations can invade and colonize one another, especially smaller nations. We support Ukraine because we have benefited from a rules-based order for the last 70 years. We support Ukraine because we don't want to return to 2,000 years of European history of war upon war upon war. We support Ukraine because of sorry. I'm having a little trouble reading my writing. Because of our fear of radiation and nuclear security. We support Ukraine because of food security. Ukraine is the market basket to the world. We support Ukraine because of the need for punishment for war crimes. We support Ukraine because of the need for restitutions, for the lives lost, for the hospitals, for the schools, for the jobs, for the land, for the farms, for the people who have lost everything that they've built up for generation upon generation, taken from them by the Russians in a moment. We support Ukraine because every time Russia sends another bomb, it challenges all of us in our hearts. It challenges us about what it means to be human. And we support Ukraine, I think, because in a world where we're overwhelmed by the challenges, by global warming, by economic insecurity, by famine, by COVID, Ukraine stands there and says, we can fight. We can make a difference. We will not be bowed, even in the face of this overwhelming force. So Ukraine shows us, reminds us of the bravery, the courage that's in all of our hearts. And these are some of the reasons that we support Ukraine. Now, in the face of all of that, and so many other reasons we're going to hear from today, there's a waning of support. Why? What is that waning about? Well, I would say there are 4 reasons. One is there's fatigue. We live in the world of Twitter, in which people will have a very short attention span. So that's one reason. 2, there's distraction, especially by Israel and Gaza right at the moment. But so many other things that keep coming up. 3, people and leaders are afraid of their economies, and they're afraid of spending more and more money on war in another country. And 4th, I think people are afraid of what looks like a forever war. So what I was hoping we could do today is on this panel, I mean, there's been 3 days of discussions about Ukraine at Davos, 4 days of discussions about Ukraine at Davos. The question is, how do we counter those arguments? What do we do so that the whole world comes back and supports Ukraine in every way we need to do everything we can to assure the victory of this extraordinary country, this extraordinary people, and the victory ultimately for the values we hold most dear, for democracy, for human rights, and for the dignity of every human being. That's what this panel is about. So I'd like to start with you, Steve. We're starting with you because you have a slide presentation.
Меня зовут Степан, я американец волонтер, хочу cappuccino з молоко без лактози.
I'm Steven, I'm American, and I would like to have a cappuccino lactose-free.
Of the war, because I have a lot of Ukrainian friends, and they needed my help. And so I was in a position to help, so I hopped on a plane and went to Chernivtsi. I was in Chernivtsi on day 5 of the war and just started helping and continued to help. I started the Ukraine Freedom Project, which is my NGO, and we've gotten about $1.2 million worth of stuff to the front. And now what I'm doing, because I used to be a chief of staff to a member of leadership in the House of Representatives, I'm telling my former colleagues in Congress what's really happening in Ukraine with firsthand data-driven information. And my colleague, Anya Shvetsova, is the Ukrainian who knows the most people who work in Congress. She and I just got back from D.C., where we met with about 100 Republican offices in the House and the Senate. So I want to share with you today what I learned from that. We also did some research. We did some sociology, as the Ukrainians may say, but some public opinion research on what Republican voters think about Ukraine and what messages you can use to change their opinions. So I'm going to share that with you today. So it's going to be a little depressing at first, but there's hope at the end, I promise. So so there we go. So there are 3 countries that are existentially dependent on U.S. aid. Who can name them? Raise your hand if you got one. All right, I'm going to start calling on people. Israel, well done. And Taiwan. What's the third? There you go. So Ukraine is now in a very exclusive club. And I want to tell you about the other members. Pro-Israel forces in America spend about $1 million a quarter, every quarter, lobbying Congress with a registered lobbyist. Taiwan does about $600,000 a quarter. And a registered lobbyist is someone who spends most of their time, 20%, more than 20% of their time, contacting members of Congress, preparing to contact members of Congress. So Ukraine has 0 registered lobbyists. So for everyone who's contacting Congress on behalf of Ukraine, it's their part-time job, it's their hobby. So now the Russians have a lobbyist, or at least the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarch, has a lobbyist. And there's a guy going around Capitol Hill, and he's telling people on Capitol Hill that Zelensky persecutes Christians. He's banning a Christian faith. He's arresting nuns and priests. And so the Russians are very effective. And let me tell you one more thing, just to give you a sense of what we're up against. I was visiting an office of a Republican member who's very pro-Ukraine. His family has Ukrainian roots. And And he gets about 30 to 50 calls from his voters per day, right? They call him and say, hey, something's wrong with my Social Security. Don't vote on this, do vote on this. One day, he got 700 calls from his voters telling him not to vote for aid to Ukraine. So that is what we're up against. So, and this is how effective it is. This is some economist polling. At the beginning of the war in March of 2022, President Zelensky had a favorable image among 2/3 of Trump voters. Now you can see that's down about half of that. So this is how effective the Russian propaganda has been. And this is a poll that we did that I mentioned earlier. The number one issue to Republican voters is 58% is border security. At 1% is the war in Ukraine. So this is a tough vote for Republicans. And this is in part because of 23 months of almost unanswered Russian propaganda in the conservative media. And so what we're doing right now with Republicans is not working, unfortunately. And there's a lot of people working really hard on this. The ambassador, there's a lot of folks that are, coming and lobbying Congress, but it just is not working. And part of the reason is that there's two types of lobbying you can do. Is I can come to you as a member of Congress, and I say, Congressman Smith, here's reasons why you should support Ukraine. And Congressman Smith says, oh, that's great. I understand that. I want to support Ukraine. But I just got 700 calls from my voters telling me not to support Ukraine. I was elected to represent these people. So that's kind of what we're up against. And now we got to talk to the voters. And just one more thing on the power of propaganda. 60% of Republican voters are Christians, self-identified evangelical Christians. And 24% of them believe that Russia is a country that promotes and encourages traditional family values. And if you're a Tucker Carlson voter, does anyone know who Tucker Carlson is? Tucker Carlson is a conservative news figure who is just pro-Russia, in the tank Russia. He gets 10 million people to watch him on Twitter every time he comes on. So his viewers think 39% of them think that Russia promotes family values. So what messages do you think work with Republicans? All right, someone raised their hand. Give me one sentence. If you could talk to a voter in New Hampshire is voting on the president right now, give me one sentence on what you would say to a Republican voter to convince them to vote for Ukraine aid.
Are they the ones that have the state slogan, live free or die?
Yeah.
So I'd be like, okay, live free or die. That's exactly what's happening in Ukraine. And it's something, I tie it back to them, that they won't be able to live free or something like that.
Yeah, wow, she's good. So freedom is something that polls well. Well done, thank you. Yet one other person, give me one.
Yeah, I would say that supporting Ukraine now prevents a war with U.S. and NATO. So it's national security for Americans.
All right, okay, you got who passed out my presentation? So those are both really good. So thank you for that. So here's what doesn't work. Talking about building the industrial base doesn't work. If you talk about it this is actually a quote from a senator that we should make weapons to send to Ukraine is helping America rebuild its industrial base, and the Ukrainians are destroying the army of one of our biggest rivals. 51%, not a stellar. You want better than 51%. And if you just say it simply, if aid to Ukraine creates jobs in my community, I want members of Congress to vote for Ukraine aid. 40%. Accountability doesn't poll well. They talk about it a lot, does not poll well. Let me show you what does work. And this is, so Russians are torturing and murdering Ukrainian Protestants for their faith in the occupied areas of Ukraine. It's not getting out. And when you tell the evangelical Christians that vote Republican, 70% of them are more likely to support aid to Ukraine. So I want to show you a 90-second video, and
my name is Mark Sergeyev. I'm a youth pastor of the Melitopol Christian Church. Melitopol is in the south of Ukraine, which Russia captured. The Russians arrived very quickly. On February 24th, 2022, the city was taken and occupied. The first thing the Russians did upon arrival was go to the churches. And here, there were a lot more Protestant churches than Orthodox. But on the 9th of March 2022, Russian soldiers broke into the church. They started interrogating us and wanted us to raise Russian flags, saying that we were now part of Russia and Russian. We had a big cross in our yard, which clearly showed that it was a Protestant church. Well, they cut down this cross, and now in its place is a Russian flag. At the moment, there is not a single Protestant church in Melitopol. They destroyed everything. For example, regarding my church, they turned it into a Russian ministry of culture, and the local residents, young people, were brought there to celebrate Russian holidays and Russian traditions, and that's all. As a person who survived Russian occupation, who was beaten by Russian soldiers, I wanted to say one thing. This war is not only about trying to capture Ukrainian territories, resources, and land. It's also a war against our faith and against our God. Therefore, every day tens of thousands of people kneel and pray for peace in Ukraine.
So we have showed that video to dozens of congressional offices. It makes an impact. People see it. We've had digital ads in Iowa and in Louisiana. Iowa because there was an election in Iowa last week, or this week, Monday, and then Louisiana is where the Speaker of the House is from. He is a Baptist activist prior to being in Congress. Baptist is actually the largest Protestant denomination in Ukraine. So we're driving that point home. So here's just a few other messages that work. You talk about war crimes, Russia torturing Ukrainian Protestants. That works. 98% of Republican voters think that the world is unstable. 80% of them think it's very unstable. If you talk about World War III, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea working together, that polls well. And the gentleman back there, giving weapons now to the Israelis and the Ukrainians, that's a good one. Finally, here's something that most of the people in this room can do. If you're Ukrainian, find an American, thank them. Being thankful helps. And every Ukrainian should find someone online in Texas, Florida, Louisiana, Ohio, and tell them, don't believe J.D. Vance. We are thankful for the weapons that you send us. They keep my family safe at night. So with that, I'll give it to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Just for the record, I don't make a habit of listening to Republican advice. So I'm glad that Ukraine is bringing us all together. Yeah, exactly. So, Natalia, talk about what's at stake if Ukraine fails to win.
Thank you. It's great to be here and be a part of this panel, and also thank you for the organizers and the team for this incredible week. I do think it's important to lay out clearly what is at stake if there is a failure in Ukraine, specifically for the United States, for NATO countries in Europe. I think we're very clear on what's at stake for Ukraine, its existence as a nation, as people, as concept that Putin is trying to erase as we speak. But I would like to talk about the stakes for the US, NATO countries in Europe in particular. Let me be explicit. If Russia is allowed to win in Ukraine, it would be a self-imposed strategic failure for the US. A number of things will happen. First, US and NATO will face another war under much worse conditions with the same escalation risk with much higher costs. Why would we do that? I think second, we need to really understand that we will face a reconstituted Russia that is more intent, capable, but also more confident that it can undermine the US and NATO. And I would like to circle back on that point in just a minute. I think we also need to understand that the cost of deterrence for the United States and anyone in the free world globally will increase, because we'll face a world that is antithetical fundamentally to our interests, but also the world is going to be very expensive for us to maintain our interests and security. I think we'll also face a very ugly world in which Russia's way of war and Russia's way of life is normalized. And let's not forget that there are 8 billion people who are watching this war. They may not remember the nuances, but they will certainly remember the principles that were tolerated and countered. I think for US in particular, I will also mention one more risk, that the adversaries will learn that US can actually be manipulated into abandoning its own interests. Because if there is a collapse of Western aid and Russia wins, it will necessarily mean that US perception of its own interests has been altered. And altering America's will is no small thing, because America is an idea, it's a choice, and America's power in the world depends in no small part on people and countries choosing the US as a partner of choice. And an adversary who learns how to alter those realities is an existential threat. That would be a very dangerous lesson to teach to other US adversaries, and I think it's a major threat. I'd like to expand just a little bit on the military point, on the military outlook if there is a failure in Ukraine. So first, in the extreme case of collapse of the Western aid, it won't be a frozen front line. Actually, Russia's invasion will accelerate because it would be very difficult for Ukraine to fend off Russian military without certain capabilities. In the event of a premature cessation of hostilities or a slowed Ukraine's momentum, if the Western aid falls short of Ukraine's battlefield needs, we'll face likely frozen front lines and Russia getting time to regroup and prepare for the next attack, which they will because they made it very explicit. They still aim to conquer the whole territory of Ukraine, but also they're very explicit in their intent to rebuild large-scale warfighting capability. I think another thing will hold true in the event if Russia wins in Ukraine. NATO will face Russian military presence from the Black Sea to the Arctic. Russia will finalize the absorption of Belarus. It will try to link military gains between Belarus and Ukraine. It will require US to deploy more of the ground troops to Europe, including also very expensive stealth aircraft, because it will be required with a new air defense posture. That would be incredibly expensive and also probably potentially in perpetuity. Again, why would we are off to a path of self-defeat when we can still achieve an outcome that actually is the most preferred outcome, not only for Ukraine, but also to the United States. I'd like to just add to the point about NATO and Russia, the risk of NATO and Russia war, in this case will also increase. Because let's not forget that Russia's goal is not only to take control of Ukraine, it is also to break NATO. Russia is still pursuing that goal. That intent hasn't changed. And in the event, if Russia is allowed to win in Ukraine, the Article 5 actually would be under threat, because let's not forget, Article 5 is not a magic shield. Perception of resolve of the allies to commit to it matter greatly for essentially Article 5 credibility. And in the world where Russia is allowed to win in Ukraine, the confidence in that resolve of US and others to commit to Article 5 will be challenged. There is all reason to believe that US will commit to Article 5, but there's also all reason to believe that in this case, Putin will think that it may not. It increases the cost, it increases the risk of miscalculation by Russia, and that's how we got here in the first place. Because Putin thought that he can capture Kyiv in 3 days and not face any pushback from Ukraine or the West. So I think that's actually a very important point to believe that Article 5, again, it's not a magic shield, and it does depend on the perception of a credibility and resoluteness of the member states to actually act on it if and when the time comes. So I would start with that, and we can dive into other points as well.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Timothy, we were talking earlier about sort of the two opposing faces of Ukraine, or reputations of Ukraine. Can you address that a little bit?
Yeah, so Ukraine has two brands. One brand is of a corrupt country. The other brand is of a resilient country which, against all odds, does the impossible with a high moral authority and something the world has forgotten And that's an example to live up to. And now this good brand is being confounded, or, Russia, and not only Russia, is working hard to smear the high brand by confusing it with the low brand and bringing in a lot of other irrelevant, in many ways, for those who have clarity of thinking, arguments, but they work, they're emotional. These two brands are different in the sense that the first one applies to the rules, to the lack of institutions, and to some legacy structures, networks, deep state, and so on. But the new brand emanates from the history of revolutions in the last 30 years and desire of Ukrainian people for justice and for human rights. And so the cultural carriers of the high brand are people, whereas the cultural carriers of the bad brand, in fact, in my view, is the legacy, and it's very much Russian culture. And that's what Ukraine is trying to shed. Because the idea that the most powerful one rules the world, that you can decide everything by a bribe, you can buy people, you can intimidate people by force, regardless of what the truth is and what the justice is ultimately the Russian idea today. And when we talk about corruption, that's the same idea. Corruption is the idea that rules don't matter, you can buy things. And that's what Russia is trying to prove to the world. That the truth doesn't matter, justice doesn't matter, it's just the force and the money behind it that matters. And so in that sense, Russia is trying to corrupt the entire world in non-trivial but systemic effort. And I also think that the US has forgotten what it has learned during the Cold War. The idea of deterrence is that you escalate in response to an action by an adversary. You commit to escalate. It's counterintuitive for a lot of us. But any game theorist, any strategist, anyone who has studied the world knows that you have to commit to escalate. That's the notion of nuclear deterrence. You commit to destroy the world so that no one even tries to play with the idea that can trigger destruction of the world. And what the US is now doing is just the opposite of it. It is afraid of escalation. It almost commits publicly not to escalate. And definitely the actions are speaking towards the new vision for the United States, which is de-escalation. And what we know from the history is that the commitment to not escalate invites escalation. And that's exactly what we have been seeing throughout the last 2 years with authoritarian regimes ganging up together and poking and trying to escalate everywhere throughout the world. So for many people, in many discussions, we think about Ukraine as the most important or the least important, isolated, but it's a part of a broader pattern. Putin is a war president. He came to power on destruction of Chechnya and committing horrible human crimes against humanity there. There was Georgia. Had it not been actually for a harsh, political but harsh, response at that time credible to Russia, Russia might not have stopped in Georgia. There is Moldova, there is Azerbaijan, there is Nagorno-Karabakh, there is Armenia, there is Libya, there is Syria. It's a pattern. Ukraine is just a part of this pattern, and what is shocking for us is that because we as the world didn't respond properly, because we were afraid of escalation in 2014, when annexation of Crimea felt like something that Russia will never move beyond. That's how it feels, that Russia will never move beyond Ukraine. No, that's why we can abandon Ukraine, because Russia will not dare. If we remember what the spirit, what the atmosphere was in 2014, that was exactly the atmosphere about Crimea. The world felt that Russia has stepped out of bounds with Crimea, and it will never dare to move beyond that. But it did. And so those who believe that Russia will not move forward, either after Ukraine or instead of Ukraine, when it gets tired with Ukraine, it will move on something else, another theater. Those who don't understand that are in self-denial. And, these are the two brands of Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Timothy is the dean of one of the great universities, the top university in Ukraine. Can you talk about the importance of education, what you're doing to educate the next generation in the midst of war? How does that work? And why should we be supporting Ukrainian education at this moment?
So this is really sweet that you asked this question. And that was not planned. I was not prepared for a question like that. And in academia, they teach us, at least in my field, to have three answers. It should feel like one answer, but it's really three. It's one sentence, 30 seconds, that's the second, and then expanded answer. And so the short answer is that if there are no universities of the world class in Ukraine, the talent will leave Ukraine, especially post-war. Once the people will feel that the sovereignty and existence of Ukraine is secured, people will take a break. Those who have fought, those who have worked. And if at that time we cannot offer to them places where we can incubate talent at the level of Harvard, and I'm serious, and I think it feels really, really impossible, but it is not, because that's how countries have been built. At some point in the United States, Harvard was young, Stanford was young. So there are good universities in Ukraine. We discussed several of them. Ukrainian Catholic University, they're competitors. Kiev Mohyla Academy, they're competitors, but they're fantastic. Those are the future institutions which will determine the path for intellectual sovereignty of Ukraine. But if we don't have universities, young people will leave Ukraine, and we will not have the future. We'll have the territory, but we will not have the future. And this is as serious as the threat of Russia today to Ukraine. And what does the university do during the war? What should a university do? Of course, we have programs where alumni and people, and I always get emotional because it is like we have this veterans program where 70% of them went on the first days of the war, and now we have 15% of the alumni of the program gone. Not wounded, gone. 15% of the alumni of the classes. On some classes we have that. That takes a toll on the university. Because it's not a friend of a friend, it's just 15%. It's not 3, it's not 2, it's 15%. I knew all of these people. But the university should be a place for difficult conversations that the rest of the country might not have the ability or the luxury to discuss. Things like, how do we feel about mobilization? How do we talk with people who have fled the war and who exist because those who have not fled the war died? They are all Ukrainians. I wrote about this multiple times, and one of the comments on my Facebook or Twitter I read today was from a mother who lost her son, and how cruel the environment around her is in Ukraine. How other mothers are telling her, implying to her that it is her fault, that she allowed her kid to be conscripted. And they given examples how they have protected and hidden their children. And so they are alive today. And her response is that they should stop talking to these people because she has no answer. And so universities have to be a place where we talk about these things in a safe environment, and we try to find answers to extremely difficult questions, existential, fundamental ethical questions that Ukraine is facing. It's not black and white. Every life is different. Ernst Hemingway, recently I read what he thinks about writing. He said, a man knows what's right and wrong, but a writer or a thinker should not judge. A writer or a thinker should understand. So universities have to be the places which understand first and then lead. Or provide places for leaders to rise, new generation. Universities are not necessarily the first responders to defend. They're not military, but they are first responders to protect democratic practices during the war, to create capabilities for mil-tech, for defense, for technological, and the places where we train people to help rebuild Ukraine after the war. So the legacy universities in Ukraine are not doing this job, with the exception of the 3 universities I've named. The job of a university always, but also during the war, is to teach people to be human. But our universities in Ukraine teach people mathematics, which is important, teach people to be engineers, which is important, but they also teach people to copy their answers from the internet and violate ethics and academic integrity. They teach them that favoritism and sexism is okay in an environment. Loyalty and not merit-based culture is okay. That has to stop. So the role of universities like Ukrainian Catholic University, Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, and Kyiv School of Economics, it's to show that there is a cargo cult, there is a pretense to be a university, and that's been imposed or left to us by the legacy Soviet system, and that there are true universities. And I usually don't talk about this in public because it offends people. It offends hundreds of thousands of academics and students. But it's true. And intellectual honesty is the important characteristics of university. To say the truth and to be free in talking about the truth, no matter how painful it is to talk about the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful. I love hearing you talk about the universities are there to teach us how to be human, treat each other with dignity, and also places where it's safe to change your mind, where you can have a discussion. And that's, we can learn a lot from you. I don't know if you followed what's going on in the United States at universities, but we could learn a lot from you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Natalia, we talked a bit about Russian disinformation and what can be done to counter that in Europe and the United States and beyond.
Sure. I think we first should recognize the scope and scale of the challenge, including that there are multi-generational information operations that Russia launches years before it actually conducts military campaigns. I mean, Ukraine is actually a great example. As many of you would remember that Russia has set conditions in the information space for the original invasion of Ukraine as early as 2005. That's where the first sightings of Russia-backed so-called proxy networks were actually cited first. So I think, first of all, it's recognizing the scale and the scope of the challenge. But it's also really understanding that Russian information operations go way beyond troll factories and media. Russian information operations are very often supported by physical means. For example, Russia's attacks on Ukraine grain ports and the blockade last year was actually an information operation aimed to create a wedge between Ukraine and its allies around the world and to frame the West as responsible for the food shortage. Their Battle of Sardinians, for example, last year was also an effort to project the power beyond Russia's means at the time. That is another example in information operation supported by physical means. I think we also should recognize that while the West, I think, made some progress in countering disinformation at the tactical level and going after specific campaigns, we're still missing the big point. The biggest point being that Russia is actually trying to manipulate our will to act or try to convince us that it's not in our interest to act, for example, when it comes to Ukraine. And it has a number of efforts in this regard. I would say the first one is trying to convince Americans, but also Europeans, to choose inaction as a default. And Putin has quite a bit of practice with that domestically in Russia, where he created a circumstance where inaction is a default. He's trying to convince the Western world of that. I think the second, massive Russian disinformation operation globally, trying to convince the world that, well, maybe the West is just as bad as Russia. And I think that's actually having quite a significant impact on and the fuel and the narrative of defeatism, as Russia's trying to convince that, well, maybe you can ignore the Western world, and the moral relativism, I think, is actually a major threat. And going back to the stakes, I think if Russia wins, this narrative of moral relativism will surge. Because if Russia wins, well, maybe some people will think maybe the bad guys weren't as bad. And I think it is actually a threat for democracy. But I think the final point I'll make on the disinformation is that we cannot view it as a separate part, as a separate point from Russia's strategic objectives. And we just need to recognize that we're at a point where there's no going back to the status quo. And I really want to emphasize that there are a lot of people in the West who would like to and think that they can go back to pre-February 22 status quo. And it's understandable, a desire not to think about the war or its elements of information-based warfare at all times. But unfortunately, certain realities make it just impossible. And the most fundamental of them is Russia's intent. Russia is a self-identified adversary to the West. We chose to ignore that reality for quite some time and ceded the advantage. But the last 2 years have fundamentally transformed Russian elites and society and really elevated the ultranational component of that society. And there are a lot of discussions, who's next after Putin, whether he'll be worse or not. If Russia loses in Ukraine, the next after Putin may or may not be like Putin. But if Russia wins in Ukraine, the next after Putin will most certainly be like Putin or worse because of the political imperative that the empowered ultranationalist community would create in Russia. And I really want to emphasize, going back to the disinformation point, that Putin is preparing society in Russia for the long-term fight with the West, in narrative but also in action, with his explicit intent to rebuild Russia's large-scale war-fighting capability. Again, if Russia loses in Ukraine, that plan fails. If Russia wins, they will have ability to reconstitute their military. And it's not just going to be reconstituted military, it's the military that learned and, in this case, prevailed in the biggest war in the world. Why we in the West would ever want to self-impose this kind of defeat on ourselves, a threat, when we can avoid it and prevent it entirely if we only help Ukraine win.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, wow.
Right? So I'll ask you one more question, and then audience, please get ready. But Steve, you've done polling, political polling in the United States and in other countries.
About a dozen countries.
Yes. Okay. So you were talking about the Republicans in the U.S., which is roughly 25% of the electorate now. Most of it's almost 50% are independents, and then the rest are Democrats. So can you briefly talk about what works. You showed us what works with the evangelical Republicans. How is that different with Democrats, independents, and how is that different with Europeans? Because we need to know how to get everybody behind Ukraine who might send us.
Great question. And so I polled Republican voters, and these are the most hardcore of the Republican supporters, and so their opinion is going to be drastically different than independents or centrist Democrats or far left Democrats, so or Europeans. But what we're finding is that they are the powerhouse. They're the tail that wags the dog behind the Republican Party right now, and so those are the people that are vocal. Those are the people that vote all the time. And so if you want to help Republicans come back to a position of supporting Ukraine, which, as the polling showed, they were at the beginning of the war, you need to show these people that people like them, you need to show the Protestants, the evangelicals in the United States, that people like them are suffering. And, this is no longer, most Republican voters couldn't point to Ukraine on a map. And, those, those are those guys with that funny accent. I see them on TV sometimes. And so it doesn't mean anything to them personally. Now, when you tell them that people that share their faith are being tortured in the most horrific ways, that then brings the war home to them, and they're more likely to support Ukraine. So my polling, again, is Republicans. Razem has done some amazing polling on other groups, and I've worked with them. Full disclosure, I'm on their advisory board. And I just want to say something that in terms of organizations, I mentioned the Taiwanese and the Israelis. They're very sophisticated. The pro-Israel community, in particular in the United States, is very well organized. They do a great job of keeping Israel and Israel's needs in front of the American people. Ukraine needs organizations like that. And I think Razem has the potential to do that. So, and they've done some great messaging that for all voters. So, the messaging for Democrats is going to be different. The message for Europeans is going to be different. And if there's anyone else out there that wants to fund a poll, we can do that kind of polling. So.
Great. Thank you. Okay, questions from the audience? Yes. Here's Mike.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this discussion. My name is Yulia. I'm a human rights reporter from Ukraine. And I have two questions to whoever may be interested. So the first one is related to information. While studying abroad in different countries, actually UK, Italy, and the Czech Republic, I've noticed that oftentimes international students don't see Ukrainians as victims. And that is because we're white, we're Christians, we are supported by the US, and we're located in Europe. And what do you think is the reason for Ukraine not falling within the post-colonial perspective? Because I strongly believe that it should fall there. And my second question may be interesting to the moderator, if that's the format and if I may. So currently in Ukraine, there are more than 100,000 war crimes registered. And we do not have the capacity of our judicial system to deal with them. The International Criminal Court cherry-picks only 5 or 10 cases, which it deems more important. And the European Court of Human Rights does not have jurisdiction over Russian crimes anymore because the country was expelled from the Council of Europe. So what would be the way to grant justice to those victims? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just, since we don't have a lot of time left, I'll just ask if there are other questions as well. Yeah?
So thank you so much, everybody, for a terrific panel. And I'm Catherine Valinga. And so Ukraine is important. Ukraine can feed the world. Ukraine has, we've heard about rare mineral reserves that are absolutely necessary. We need to change the mind of Republicans. And my God, what you shared, Natalia, is the world, if Russia wins in Ukraine, is absolutely terrifying. So I guess I just want to hear the other part, which is we do it. Ukraine is victorious. We convince. Our dreams come true. Ukraine is victorious. What does that world look like after for the world? Because I know that what is at stake in Ukraine is, my sense is, it's the future of the world. It's a new world for all of us. And what does that look like? What does that mean?
Thank you. And anyone else? Maybe we have time for one more. Yeah?
Talking to a lot of people at Davos, especially Ukraine House Davos this year, I've heard a lot of people say that they feel renewed, they feel, I don't want to say rejuvenated, but they feel a new sense of purpose almost in supporting Ukraine. What are your takeaways from this conference, from Ukraine House Davos? But also, do you feel any of that? Do you feel this kind of new sense of passion?
Great, okay. Thank you. So this is going to be lightning because we don't have too much time. But maybe I'll ask Steve, maybe you can start with the first question, which is why are Ukrainians not viewed as victims?
That is a good question because there is a sense of, and I'll tell you this, I work with the people from AIPAC, which is the Israeli organization that is the most influential in the United States. And there's multiple Israeli organizations, but and they're with us. They're working with us. They recognize that, you know, that Russia and Iran and China and North Korea are all working together, and they see the Ukrainian victory as their victory. But you know, there is a competition for attention, and so you know the Palestinian lobby and the Palestinian lobby is very powerful in the Democratic Party, and so and they're getting a lot of their messaging out. You know, and so, but like what the Israelis are doing is they're taking unedited. Like video of people of Hamas doing terrible things to women and children, and they're showing that to people. And Ukraine has not done that yet. I'm sure there's videos somewhere. I've asked for it, but you know that needs to get out. There's the scale of the horrific crimes in Ukraine is much more just by sheer force of population than Gaza, and but there's just such horrible video out about Gaza and Israel that it overshadows what happens in Ukraine.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Steve. And Natalia, do you want to talk about your experience here in Davos and whether it gives you hope or how it makes you feel?
And I'll answer your question about what the world looks like if Ukraine wins very briefly. I think first, asymmetry goes both ways. Ukraine is a linchpin of Russia's power, and if Russia is defeated in Ukraine, a lot of Russia's capability and intent to do harm in the world will be defeated too. It will be also a massive blow to anti-Western coalition. So we have to remember that actually one of the most effective and asymmetric ways to not just defeat Russia, but the entire coalition that's targeting free world is to help Ukraine win. I think second, US and NATO and Europeans should not forget that if Ukraine is victorious, when Ukraine is victorious, they will gain one of the most capable, militarily capable and loyal and appreciative ally who will be able to defend NATO's borders. And especially after what we heard from Minister Commission, Ukraine also is putting a lot of effort in rejuvenating its defense industrial base. They can help it sustain its ability to defend itself independently over time as well. So that's a massive asset and value that would be left on the table if we don't help Ukraine win. And I think it will also be the best case for democracy and the free people, as simple as that. And I think what gives me hope after this summit is while there are a lot of questions about the state and trajectory of this war, fundamentally, Western problem is much smaller than Russia. All the West needs to do to help Ukraine win is to appreciate its interest at stake mobilize the potential that it already has, snap out of its moral paralysis, embrace its agency and its power, and mobilize resources around the objective of helping Ukraine defeat Russia on the battlefield.
Thank you, Natalia. And finally, Timothy, could you also share your vision of what happens when Ukraine wins?
Yeah, so I've thought a little bit about it before the panels during the last 2 years. Yeah, we all have, yeah, right. I think if you truly zoom out, the world right now is a depressing place. No one is talking seriously about climate change. Poverty, inequality, populism rising in Europe, not in the US, elsewhere. The essence of democracy is truth. There's no democracy if there is no truth in the public discourse. And US is losing it in real time, the truth in the public discourse. Europe in some areas, in some countries, is losing it. We see it in real time. People think democracy is institutions. Democracy is not institutions. It's the truth. And people believing in the truth, defending institutions which enable truth to be a part of the public discourse. And we are losing it. And if we look in the history of humankind, democracies are an accident. Greece, Athens have fell because they debated for too long whether it's worth to put up the army to face Prince Philip. That's what democracies do. They are debating instead of stopping the threat, and that's what the Western democracies are doing now. So that's a depressing outlook. And if you look at Israel and Gaza, what's the solution in sight? We're going to have some kind of good outcome in the next year, 5, 10. Let's look broadly at Asia, Africa. And I see how people respond to that by saying, let's just give up. It's depressing. It's none of it. We can't fix it, basically. But there is one angle of attack on all of this, and it is in Ukraine right now. If Ukraine wins, Europe will be emboldened. Europe is going to find its voice. The truth will prevail. Justice will prevail. People will believe that the bad things, that culprits could be punished, that no matter how strong you are, you don't win. That an underdog who has been unjustly bullied can win, that justice can be served, that people who try to coerce others could be stopped and shown a lesson. And all it takes is a fraction of the GDP of the Western world. Not even double digits. 1 or 2% of GDP would do the job of the Western world. So I think people gradually come to realize it, especially in Europe. We see countries like Germany or France and their leaders finding their voice and changing their positions throughout the war and becoming stronger allies of Ukraine. We see how the Central and Eastern Europe is one of the strongest, if not the strongest coalition of allies, despite domestic politics. We see how Europe is finding a way to deal with Orban. And we are also seeing it in real time. The US should show some leadership. But I also think that US fundamentally is built on the idea of freedom and protecting the underdog who has been unjustly attacked. And so the US will find its voice too.
Beautiful.
And once Ukraine wins, the clouds will start disappearing. The world will become a better place.
I love that. So great. So great. I love that. Well, I'll just say briefly on the question of the war crimes that Prosecutor General Costin has said that he plans to prosecute every single last case. And I love that. I love that because every single one needs to be prosecuted. So I don't know what's going to happen in the end, but we're going to do everything we can to work with them to make sure that that happens. I just want to pick up on something you said. I think you're right in so many ways. The world is kind of a depressing place, and that's a lot of what I've heard here in Davos. But I also think that there is this sensibility of victimization, of people feeling like global warming is so big, there's nothing I can do about it. War is so big, there's nothing I can do about it. And the economy is so difficult, and there's nothing I can do about it. And I feel like a victim. And, you know, in my work of 40 years in human rights, the difference between a victim and a hero is activism with a loving heart. And I think that that's the message we hear again and again and again from Ukraine. And that's why I think what you're saying about Ukraine's victory is not just going to be about Ukraine. It's going to show all of us, all over the world, that we can overcome overwhelming odds and create change and build the more just and peaceful world that we all dream of. And I'll just leave you with this. When during his inauguration, President Kennedy said something that many people remember, which was, "My fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." Okay, no country has taken that more to heart than Ukraine. But the next line he said, most people don't remember, he said, "My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what the United States can do for you, but what we can do working together for the freedom of all humanity." And to me, that's what we're doing here today. That's what this panel is about. That's what Ukraine House is about, Davos. That's what this struggle for democracy and human rights and a rules-based world order, our love of our families, our care for those kids who've been kidnapped and taken to Russia, the incredible courage and bravery that we've been inspired by the people of Ukraine. That's why we're here. Let's indeed go forth from this room, from this Davos, and think about how we can work together for the freedom of all mankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dear speakers, for an excellent panel discussion. And we do hope for the victorious year. And let's all work on this. So this is a small gift from us. Do you have this, right? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, yes. This is for you. This is from you to keep you warm, That's a picture, yes. And then please, everyone, please stay. There will be a closing remarks and then followed by the networking reception afterwards. Please stay. I still have it's good that I still have a voice at the end of Ukraine Davos, you know. That's good. Okay, so dear guests, tonight is the closing evening of Ukraine House Davos 2024. These 4 days have been full of amazing discussions, great networking, and very warm atmosphere here in Ukraine House. We are going forward with the new ideas, contacts, and inspiration. But before, I would like to look back and acknowledge everyone and all of those who contributed to making Ukraine House Davos possible this year. First of all, my immense gratitude to the amazing women who volunteer their incredible efforts in bringing this house to life. Yaroslava Johnson, President and CEO of Western NS Enterprise Fund. Woo! Woo! Svetlana Gritsenko, member of the board, Viktor Pinchuk Foundation. Woo! Lana Kožarny, founding partner and CEO of Horizon Capital. Woo! I would like to thank our incredible speakers and outstanding moderators who bring content of the highest level to the House and helped us attract the most interested and motivated audience. Let's applaud. Thank you to our esteemed gold sponsors, the Temerty Foundation, for the support for the past years. And actually, we do appreciate that you are with us this year too. And Christina Waller in person, please. I would like also to thank these gold sponsors this year's gold sponsors, Interpipe, as well. Our much appreciated panel sponsor, Marsh McLennan, thank you for helping us put together a wonderful panel and enhance our speakers list at the highest level. Thank you to our networking sponsor, Advantage Ukraine, for being with us in Davos and making the business voice of Ukraine stronger. Thank you to all guests, all of you who were with us all these days and supported Ukraine. My thanks go also to our unstoppable team who did their best to deliver Ukraine House Davos as it should be, welcoming, professional, and bringing us closer to victory. Ksenia, Nika, Olga, Anna Tkachenko, Alena, Olga Petrova, and Mila. As you see, we have women leadership here. I would also like to thank our amazing volunteers who merged with our team and worked together towards a common goal. Christina, Naomi, Eva, Ivana, Yulia, and Darina, please come to the stage. Yeah. There we go. Woo! Yeah. I also would like to thank our communications team, Forward Global. Thank you for your work in making the voice of Ukraine sound louder. Ali, yes, John, please come. Yeah, and the team. Our interpreters, thank you for your amazing and tireless job. Yeah? our partners, the whole team of Deciding Your Tomorrow project for being a great partner. Let's applaud our photographer for creating memories of these 4 days. Yes, and actually you can find all of the photos on the Facebook, please, and the website. Please go and check yourself and find yourself there. Our makeup artist, Anna and Anna, who made us very nice. Our driver, all of the staff who kept us comfortable and safe during these 4 days. Our technical team of VD Square, led by Bruno, thank you very much for your great job this year. And to our contractor, Strichnerstutz, who prepared this venue and made it comfortable and hospitable. Moreover, our thanks go to wonderful coffee team, all ladies from Sweet Kava. Hey! Woohoo! Come on! Thank you to Lviska Majsternia Šokolado for the sweetest souvenirs, and you tried their chocolates downstairs. They are not here, but we extend the gratitude. Thanks to catering company Food Kultura, who kept us well fed and happy during these days. Thank you, Katarina. Katarina, come. Thank you to Zirkova and to CEO Catherine Wellinger for bringing in the spirit of Ukraine. Thanks to our amazing bartender, Drink Bureau, who made beautiful and delicious cocktails. Come! Thank you all for being here and worked as a one voice and one team for the one goal and our victory. Ukraine House Davos is an important platform for amplifying the voice of the country. We are united in the joint effort of bringing the victory closer, and I'm sure that this year's Ukraine House is an important contribution to the victory of Ukraine. I would like lastly, to thank all of the Ukrainian people, all volunteers, all armed forces, everyone who is working in Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, and see you next year. Please stay. We will have the networking reception afterwards, after the closing remarks.
Everybody look at our photographer.
Hey, good. Thank you.